give the Laura Secord Secondary School Band a big round of applause. Please rise for the singing of the national anthem by the Laura Secord Jazz Choir. While the choir is leaving the stage, could everyone kindly make your way to your designated tables? We're about to begin the morning program. I thought so. Thank you. Very kind. Great. Good morning, everyone. Okay. My name is Suzanne Johnston. And good morning, everyone. Now, we should all wake up like that every day. Wouldn't you agree? With the secondary school band in our living rooms. It's amazing. The adrenaline's pumping and we're in for a great day. Again, my name is Suzanne, and some of you may recognize me as the newly retired president of Niagara Health. It's my pleasure to be your MC today, guiding us through discussions on how we can harness our energies to propel Niagara's economic agenda forward. Let's shape the future of Niagara together. Our format today is very interactive, so please keep your phones and tablets on. We don't often hear that, so keep your phones on, tweet and post about your experience here today. Share your ideas and thoughts using the hashtag Niagara Economic Summit NES2019. All moderate and panelist handles are listed in your program. It is now my pleasure to introduce the chair of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, Colleen Fleming. President of C. Fleming and Associates, Colleen will open today's agenda. Colleen?
Thank you very much, Suzanne. And yes, the band was wonderful. I loved it very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. On behalf of the GNCC Board of Directors and staff, I welcome you to 2019 Niagara Economic Summit. The theme this year is Vibrant Economy, Vibrant Community. As we, with the valued input of our advisory councils and community stakeholders, prepared for today's event, we often considered the governance restructuring of our region, its potential, and the opportunities. As of last week, we know that we are now tasked to create a Made in Niagara solution for the governance structure. And status quo is not an option in this changing world. Civic engagement was intense in Niagara as we investigated how Niagara governance could be improved and how we could get our fair share. We thank the Premier for the nudge to do this work. Civic engagement was elevated during the period of inquiry. Niagara has heard from the community, and there is appetite for change. We will do better with an integrated public transit network. We will do better working together to maximize our economic potential. And we will do better when we navigate our unique advantages. At its best, civic engagement builds trust in community, and this trust unleashes new possibilities. Let's not waste all the time and effort in having identified possibilities. Let's realize them. Civic engagement is about community being empowered and taking action for itself. Participants in this room are keenly aware of our moral and civic duty to take action so that Niagara can be its economic and social best. GNCC is well positioned to further the work for a Made in Niagara governance solution. Join us in doing so, and thank you for joining us today. Enjoy 2019 Niagara Economic Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Well stated. As Colleen mentioned, we are here to listen and, more importantly, interact. All panelists are open to questions from audience, so I think that's a wonderful opportunity for us to really engage. If you're a little bit unsure about asking a question in the public space, there's cards on your table. People will come around and pick those up, and your questions will be available to those. I would now like to introduce Mishka Balsam, CEO of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, to make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Welcome to the 2019 Niagara Economic Summit. And on behalf of our board and my colleagues, thank you very much for joining us this morning and to chart a vibrant path for our economy. Before I start out, let us acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee people. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connections to this place. We also recognize the contributions of Métis, Inuit, and Indigenous people, both in shaping and strengthening this region in particular, in our province and our country as a whole. Today, we have the opportunity to engage in a frank discussion about how to not only build a vibrant economy, but also, more importantly, a vibrant community. You will hear from keynote speakers and panelists strategies to tackle the most pressing issues to set us up to succeed. But we are more than 30 speakers, moderators, and panelists. Over 320 stakeholders have gathered here today, and we need to hear from all of you so that we can change and improve that which will need change. And change is in the air. New technology is redefining our economy, our politics, our workforces. Disruptive players are upending markets and industries and creating their own. Niagara needs a foothold in the future, and today we will look to that future. Our panel discussions, as you know, are on Gamechangers, tomorrow's workforce, and livable communities. Big thinkers will attempt to identify where Niagara needs to go and how it will get there, and we count on all of you to be one of them. But today's discussions won't stop at 2:30 this afternoon. Yes, we will get you out of here by that time. But each year, we have made a commitment to take the suggestions and opportunities that were identified at past summits and to move them on to the next level. And here's just a brief overview of some of the items that we have worked on in the past year. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce endorsed our policy resolution requesting federal funding to cope with municipal infrastructure challenges from the climate crisis. This means that we're all in this together across Canada and trying to help us out. We developed an extensive federal election platform that looked at everything from a comprehensive reform of the Canadian tax system to dealing with cybersecurity threats to private businesses, remove the barriers to interprovincial trade, and more. To assist the affordable housing crisis, we have advocated for GST-HST credits and provincially funded development charge rebates for affordable housing. We have asked the province to modernize their apprenticeship system, something that is long overdue. Review transfer of responsibilities between the provincial and municipal governments to improve efficiency, service delivery, and cost, something that is much needed across all of Ontario. Municipally, in support of a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive Niagara, we lobbied Niagara to join the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. We advocated for the harmonization of government departments in Niagara, such as planning, transit, public works, and economic development, to address the issues impacting all of us, our children, and especially those in need. Those policy initiatives came out of days like today, and we are followed up by individual meetings with council members, presentations to councils, as well as meetings with provincial and federal counterparts to you. We were pleased to convene roundtable events with Premier Ford, opposition leaders, the Ontario Treasurer, Ontario's Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Federal Minister of Small Business and Experts, Infrastructure and Communities, Tourism, and many more. But all of this we didn't do on our own. We have done this with community partners and organizations by our sides, and many of them are in this room today. We are better together. And at this time, I would like to take a brief moment to recognize individuals from the public sector who have joined us today. MP Dean Allison, MPP Sam Osterhoff and Wayne Gates, Regional Chair Jim Bradley, Mayors Jim Diodati, Sandra Easton, Kevin Gibson, Marvin Junkin, Walter Sendzik, William Steele, and Terry Ugolini. Regional Councillors Pat Kioki, George Dodd, Robert Foster, Diana Houston, Laura Ipp, Tim Rigby, and Gary Zalepa. And Municipal Councillors Dave Cadwell, Paul McPherson, Mike McCulloch, Angie Demarais, Laurie Littleton, Fred Neal, and Adam Mood. From all of us, thank you very much for all that you do for Niagara. And today would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors and partners in business. Thank you to the Niagara Region, Brock's Goodman School of Business, Niagara Workforce Planning Board, Niagara College, Innovate Niagara, Meridian Credit Union, Focus Management, Lancaster Brooks and Welch, Niagara Peninsula Energy, Quartec Group, Last Mile Wireless, Helix Engineering, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Janice and Robin Digital Communication, and 610 CKTB. Thank you for making a day like today possible. And our MC, Dr. Suzanne Johnson, served as the president, as all of you know, of Niagara Health from September 2014 through to June 2019. She has more than 30 years of experience in leadership, in healthcare, and in government. Prior to joining Niagara Health, Dr. Johnson was the vice president of clinical programs and chief nursing officer for Northern Health in British Columbia. Dr. Suzanne Johnson serves as the director of the Niagara College Board of Governors and is a director for the YMCA in Niagara. We are in really good hands today because of you. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you,
my
Mishka.
hope is that you will all feel inspired and energized by this today's summit. And I know that we at the GNC most definitely will. Thank you for being here and enjoy today.
Thank you, Mishka. I was excited to receive the call to MC today, and I was even more excited to learn it's over at 2:30 because nap time's at 3. Just saying. Events like this are made possible with the generous support of sponsors like the Niagara region. It is important that we work collaboratively to further the economic prosperity of Niagara. Would you please join me in welcoming Regional Chair Jim Bradley to the stage?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Regional Council, I'm pleased to be here with all of you today to welcome you to the 2019 Economic Summit, and I'm delighted to see the number of regional councillors who are able to be with us today, as well as local councillors and those from the federal and provincial government who will be able to be with us. I always look forward each year to this particular Economic Summit because of its focus on Niagara, but also in this venue and other venues we have had over the years, the Ontario Economic Summit, which has been here, which brings people from right across the province and indeed beyond our borders to discuss matters of equal interest and of mutual interest to all of us. In attendance today, as you can see as you look around the room, are prominent business leaders from virtually every sector and every industry and from all corners of the region. It's heartening to see such a broad commitment to Niagara's economy. As you know, the work you do every day helps ensure we're being as successful as we possibly can be. And I've been listening to the radio station CKTV this morning, where many of the guests who are in attendance today have been sharing with the audience what may be happening this morning and their views on many vital issues. The theme of today's event is vibrant economies and vibrant communities. It was encouraging to see this language being utilized, as the notion of vibrancy can be found throughout Regional Council's strategic plan, a strategic plan which has evolved over the several months with the new council, building on what has happened in the past, but looking forward to the future as well. In reflecting on today's agenda, I noticed 3 specific areas: the future of the job market, the importance of livable communities, and the notion of game changers in Niagara. And all of those have been a topic of conversation for all of you throughout the year, but there'll be a special focus today. First, I'd like to reflect on the jobs of tomorrow. We know that many of the jobs that will need to be filled in the coming years do not even exist today. I believe that it will be the people in this room and your partners at Niagara College and Brock University and our boards of education who will need to work together to prepare for what the future will hold for all of us. To think of Wayne Gretzky and those who have described his approach to the game, we need to skate where the puck is going to be, not where the puck is now. We must all work together in the spirit of collaboration to respond to the changing economy and workforce, and by gosh, hasn't it changed each and every year. We also need to be prepared to deal with the growing influence of artificial intelligence on the economy. While there will be a rising demand for highly skilled workers who are able to utilize artificial intelligence, some industries will no doubt see disruptive effects. We've already seen that happening. It's up to our business leaders, post-secondary institutions, and elected officials to plan for this challenge now in order for us all to be successful. We must be agile enough to respond to the advancements and realities of modern economy. And many of our businesses are doing that, as well as our educational institutions right across Niagara and indeed beyond our borders. Second, today we'll be learning about the importance of livable communities. Given the priorities of this term, Council looks at affordable housing and responsible planning as being important, and I was pleased to see that we'll be discussing the importance of building a Niagara that indeed serves everyone. It goes without saying that housing has become unaffordable for many in our region. It's been that way for those in the GTA for a number of years. It has now crept to the Niagara region as well. So I look at this and I say there are people struggling to find an affordable place to live, and they may include your children who recently graduated, our senior citizens, and many people who work for the companies that are represented in this room. We must all work together to create livable communities for everyone. This means encouraging diverse development It takes affordability into account, ensuring that we can keep our young people in the region and our seniors living independently. Finally, we'll be learning about the economic game changers, from Daily Go service to the dozens of innovative companies represented here. There are countless examples of game changers that will change our economy today and tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to hearing the diverse perspectives on this topic as we move through today's agenda. When you look around and at a conference of this kind, you actually pick up new information about these companies that have made those changes. We always think of what exists at the present day. There are many in this room who represent companies that are really well ahead of the curve, and that's going to be important for all of us in the future. Some very innovative companies here that really are known in some cases throughout the world, and others certainly either nationally or provincially. So in closing, I want to thank you for your commitment to Niagara. While we no doubt have our challenges, there are many things for which we should all be optimistic. It is going to take all of us collaborating closely and working together to ensure that everyone can succeed. My hope is that we all find today's summit, and I'm confident of this, to be productive and beneficial as we work toward building a vibrant economy and a vibrant community. I look forward to hearing the panelists and the speakers and the conversation is taking place at each of our tables. A wonderful day for all of us, and one which will ensure that in the future we indeed have a vibrant Niagara. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Bradley. It's exciting to hear how the region's strategic plan is aligning with a vibrant and new Niagara. Next, please join me in welcoming Niagara College President Dr. Dan Patterson to the stage to bring greetings. Dan?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, GNCC, particularly Mishka and her team, to bringing people together like this. It's so important, and kudos to 610. It's really neat the way 610 goes out on the road on Fridays and goes to various locations and brings people together. And I think that's the whole part of the theme for today. How do we create synergies? How do we move talk into action? And so I would just like to say a few brief words about the three themes and make reference to those. The tomorrow's workforce. I think we're going to be exposed to a lot of good data, a lot of interesting angles. The bottom line is that it's pretty daunting out there. The shift in space for the job market is very, very daunting, and it's an area in space that Niagara College is very much involved in. We refer to ourselves as a preemptive college, trying to anticipate labor markets, not just of today, but of tomorrow. So our cannabis program and moving on to a cannabis institute is an example of trying to seize the opportunities in that whole agri-business sector, and that's very important to us. And the key for us is listening to employers, listening to good labor market information, and being able to utilize that. And I think interpersonal relationships are really critical. And the size of Niagara, I think it allows that. When I think of Dan DeGazio in Welland, or Val Coons in the economic development, or Brian Yorick at St. Catharines, or Dan DeGazio, people link together. They come together when there's an opportunity, and they've certainly supported us along the way. I think we need champions and visionaries. Just this past week, we opened up the Marilyn I. Walker Center of Excellence for Visual Arts and Technology. It's just a great example of someone who had vision and wanted to invest in that vision and left $1 million estate gift. She saw the power of our programming in web design, graphic arts, broadcast radio and TV. And on Tuesday when we launched that center, we saw 7 or 8 young people launching their incredible video game called The Fallen. And they've moved it from great minds to the marketplace and are commercializing it. And there's just so much talent in the university and the college. And for us to create the climate for them to succeed, this was a very, very inspiring moment. I would also say that I think we're going to be encouraged with some of the investments that provincial government will be making in the future. They see that the skills agenda is one that's being very frustrated for all, and are trying to work on that, whether it's the apprenticeship, skills training agenda, or in the high specialist skill major areas. So that's very, very exciting. The second thing about livable communities, I think this will be a great, interesting talk. I see our Master of Ceremony, Suzanne Johnson, has lived in the East and the West, and now she's here in Niagara, giving back. She's on our Board of Governors. She does amazing work, and I'm glad to see her today. And our Dean for our School of Technology and New Media, Vincent Shake, is he in here? Can you just raise? Vincent is an example of someone, he's down there, is an example of someone who left the GTA because he saw the opportunities in Niagara and brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to his job. This past week, our Community Employment Services, it's Small Business Month, this past month, we brought 50 employers who link us to the world of work to create jobs for unemployed people. And what I was struck by at that gathering was the diversity, people looking at the digital world and doing really neat apps and new, sports analytics. So there's a lot of mixed, interesting things that are happening here in Niagara, and sometimes we can't really capture those, but forums like this bring it to people's attention. I think there are 3 challenges around livable communities. I know there'll be a lot of talk about it, but a regional integrated transit system is critical. Affordable housing is getting really, really challenged, and additional supports for mental health. And I know all of us know this, believe it, and I'm sure we'll have some good ideas throughout the course of the day. The last one about Gamechangers. We'll hear a lot about Gamechangers. I would argue that our applied research division at Niagara College is a game changer. I encourage people who have not used that service to go there. We are a region of small and medium-sized enterprises in a very tough competitive environment, and the companies do need research and development. And through federal and provincial support and industry support, we've been able to gather equipment and expertise like no other. In the Canadian college system, we're a leader in applied research. The quality of our practitioner faculty, the student projects, the hundreds of small and medium-sized enterprises that utilize that service for new products, new services is very, very exciting. This past September, we opened the Murata Family Innovation Center at our Niagara-on-the-Lake campus, and we saw 3 major announcements, one for Brock University in technology, Niagara Falls and Ryerson University, and then our agribusiness greenhouse proposal in which we're working with Vineland Innovation Center and University of Guelph. So I think there's a lot of exciting things, but our goal and our vision there in the applied research is to be a hub of where business and research and education get together and advance the agenda for the business community. And having such champions as the Niagara Industrial Association with Aaron Teasdale and the other groups is the critical part, the engagement part. We'll only be successful if people engage with us. So I'm going to close and want to thank all the leaders and business people who help us build our programs through the Program Advisory Committee, the people that hire our graduates, give the current graduates a great internship and apprenticeship opportunities, and to give us feedback. I know there's still a lot of frustration out there about matching people to jobs, and only through collaboration and industry educational partnerships will we achieve that. So I look forward to working with all of you today on those 3 very important themes. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. Pleasure. Just a reminder, a very special evening is planned to honor Dan's commitment to the Niagara community, so please join us Friday, November 22nd at the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. Tickets are available for purchase on the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre website. Trust me, you won't want to miss it. We are also enormously fortunate to have a local university committed to our community. Would you please welcome Dr. Greg Finn, Interim Provost and Vice President Academic, Brock University, to bring greetings.
Thank you, Suzanne. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see such a diverse group of individuals here this morning, all with a common interest in ensuring that Niagara is successful as it moves forward in its endeavors over the next few years, so I'm very pleased to be here. Brock University is also pleased to serve as one of the sponsors for this important community discussion this morning. Some speakers today will envision what jobs of the future might look like. At Brock, we focus on preparing the critical thinkers who will fill those jobs in the future. Brock exists today because 30 or 60 years ago, citizens across Niagara convinced Queen's Park of the need for people to get a strong university education without having to leave this region. In September 1964, Brock University held its first classes in the church basement in St. Paul Street in St. Catharines. Enrollment was 127 students. A few weeks later, it moved into its first real campus, a refurbished refrigerator factory on Glenridge Avenue. Today, things have changed a little bit. Today, Brock is a modern, comprehensive, research-intensive university with nearly 20,000 students. And about 3/4 of those students come from outside the Niagara region, mainly from the GTHA. We also attract nearly 2,000 international students to Niagara from over 100 countries around the world. But we remain fiercely committed to helping build the future of the community whose passion created us many years ago. In fact, it's in the writing. Our institutional strategic plan was approved last year, identifies 4 priorities for the university to act on over the next 6 years. One of them is that Brock must enhance the life and vitality of our local region and beyond. Certainly, the university's sheer size already makes an economic driver. Total economic impact on the region of over $450 million a year. Payroll alone is over $210 million, and 80% of our employees live within the Niagara region, so that money is staying here in the region itself. And student fees put over $2 million into cash into local transit to ensure that everyone is able to get around. But beyond paying the bills, Brock also seeks to deliberately leverage the opportunities to help scope out a better future for Niagara. Enabled by generous supporters in the past decade, we've invested more than $250 million in giving Niagara some of Canada's most advanced post-secondary facilities. The Cairns Family Health and Bioscience Research Complex, which contains the lab space that is unique among Canadian universities. The critically acclaimed Marilyn I. Walker School of Fine and Performing Arts in downtown St. Catharines is a national jewel for education of the arts. And just this past January, we completed renovations and updating and providing new space within the Goodman School of Business at a cost of about $22 million. And this month, we will officially open the Rankin Family Pavilion in Brock Link, a terrific home to augmented reality, 3D makerspace, high-performance computing, and a business incubator. The Rankin Pavilion alone will deliver innovation and incubation opportunities for entrepreneurs and community partners. This culture of development will spur economic development. In terms of embracing the community, Brock has formalized memorandums of understanding partnerships with key Niagara institutions, including the Town of Lincoln, the Town of Niagara-on-the-Lake, the Niagara Parks Commission, Niagara Health System, Pathway Mental Health, Niagara Folk Arts, Niagara Public Health Unit, to name a few. In these collaborations, we work with our partners on everything from effectively delivering critical services to residents to helping address flooding and challenges related to climate change. And these MOU partnerships also create invaluable experiential learning opportunities for our students, our future leaders. Of course, being educational institutions, Brock and Niagara College also keep working to raise our region's post-secondary education profile from the current 20% of the population to get it towards the provincial average of 35%. This is vital work because a healthy, vibrant economy needs a well-educated workforce. Looping back for a moment to our enrollment, Brock is taking action to literally accommodate more students and relieve the pressure on the regional's affordable housing inventory. This past Monday, we broke ground for a new 6-story residence on campus that will take our total on-campus capacity to over 2,800 beds. When we're not housing students, our residence and dining halls are the facilities that attract national conferences to Niagara during the spring and summer, again supporting the local economy. As for the future, once this newest on-campus residence is under construction, Brock wants to develop a public-private partnership model for building the next generation of student residences that are close to campus and away from the residential neighborhoods. And of course, come the summer of 2021, these facilities at Brock and around the region at Brock will specifically become the athletes' village for thousands of participants who will be streaming into Niagara for the Canada Summer Games. Brock is proud to co-host the 2021 Games, and I know that everyone in this room, everyone in this region, sees this as an historic opportunity that focuses on a unified vision for a future Niagara. The future holds out to be a lot of promise for Niagara, and at Brock, we want to be part of this and help us all get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finn. Some of the words that we're hearing, common themes among our presenters today, collaboration is one of the key ones. Today, in particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the language that you hear and the words that you hear, because those are the words that will help us change. So we act as if we're collaborators, we act as if we're vibrant, and then we become that. So act as if, that's the key, all right? So everybody, do it. That's just the way it's going to be. Now, we're trying something a little bit different today. We're going to begin by recognizing the GNCC Brock University Goodman Group Professional Leadership Development graduates. Abdul Rahimi, please join me to present these certificates.
Bradley, President Patterson, Provost Fenn, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Goodman Group has recently been formed to bring together services of the consulting services, professional development, executive education, as well as venture development, to provide you, the community members here in Niagara and beyond, with direct access to our services within the university. As Provost Fenn mentioned earlier, the opening of Rankin Family Pavilion later this month will be a key milestone in the accomplishments of the university, as well as that of the Goodman Group that will be housed at the front door of the university, offering these services to all of us in this community. As Lou Holtz says, it's not the load that you carry, but it's how that you carry that load that breaks one. Micro-credentialing and certificates offered by Goodman Group within the Goodman School of Business offers one such solution. And today, as part of this celebration, we will be recognizing the achievement of a number of individuals amongst us from this community, serving the residents of this community who will be walking up through this stage as they will be recognized for their accomplishments through the accredited professional leadership development program offered by the Goodman Group within the Goodman School of Business. With that said, I'd like to invite also Dr. Andrew Godez, Dean at the Goodman School of Business, to help out in handing out those certificates. As there will be a number of graduates coming up, as their names are called, if I might request to hold the celebrations and clapping until all have received those certificates, please.
Brandon Hendricks.
He's just making his way up.
Yeah. Amanda Fletcher. Dave Moreno. Zainab Awad. Jenny Camargo. Edmund Fry. Gillian Hone. Okay. Okay, Rose Carbarani. Marie Moradikan. Lucia Stewart. And Jacqueline Wakeling.
Congratulations to the graduates of the 5th Professional Leadership Development Program held in partnership with GCC right here in Niagara. I'm also pleased to share with you here that we will be going ahead and offering the 6th offering of this program this spring. And if you have any questions, the team will be outside to offer and answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
As the graduates leave the stage, already we're looking forward to your contributions to our community as we imagine the next generation Niagara. So enjoy today's rest. And then back to work. My grandmother always said knowledge is never heavy to carry around. Now let's get to the discussions. We've recruited 3 outstanding leaders who will share their knowledge as Power Talk speakers today. Just feel the energy, Power Talk. Each session will feature a Power Talk that will set the stage for the subsequent panel discussion. The Power Talk lead will then be joined by a diverse panel of experts who will explore the topic in a free-ranging discussion. Toward the end of each discussion, the audience will be invited to ask questions. Please step up at that time and take advantage of the expertise here today and ask those questions you really need answers. You will find question cards on your tables. Fill them out. We'll have roving microphones available, so please raise your hand, and the microphone will appear, and you can ask your question. I know you'll have many. These are very important topics that we're discussing today, and we're honored to have people with us uniquely positioned to answer them. Adam Durant, please join me at the podium and introduce our first Power Talk speaker and provide some regional workforce context. As Adam is making his way to the stage, Adam is the Operations and Research Manager, Niagara Workforce Planning Board. Over to you, Adam.
Well, good morning, and thank you for that welcome. It's always a pleasure to be here representing the Workforce Planning Board at the Niagara Economic Summit. My job today is to provide a very quick overview before doing an introduction to give a bit of a context on what the local labor market is doing. So hopefully, if I do my job properly, and I don't put everyone to sleep because data before 9 o'clock is a dangerous thing, thank you, we should have an outline of what Niagara looks like that the speakers today will then be able to apply their expertise to shading in. So how are we going to do this? How do we talk about an entire labor market in 5 minutes? Well, We do it by answering these 5 questions, and these are the 5 questions that drive our annual labor market reporting. So I'm not going to rattle them off, we're just going to get right into it. The first one we have to look at is who is living in Niagara, and the graph on the left is dramatically different now than what it would have looked like years ago. We've had about a 5.7% population increase in Niagara over the last 5 years. If we looked back at the last decade, that nice growth curve would have been a flat line. Now we're almost at parity with what we're seeing at the province in terms of our population growth. When we look at the labor market itself, we see about 76% of our labor force, of the employed people who are resident in Niagara, they are working in a full-time capacity. We have a low unemployment rate that's positioned to probably get lower in 2019 based on the monthly indicators that we're seeing, and we're seeing a little bit of room for growth in our participation and employment rates. So we shift gears to look at the kind of work that people are doing. And the first thing people tend to notice when they look at this table is that very high number for sales and service occupations, around 65,000 people employed in that field. Before that causes any anxiety, though, we have to consider that we are a tourism-driven economy among our many strengths. And this is what happens when you have that strong growth in tourism over the last 10 years. So this is actually quite a natural phenomenon. It's an indicator of the success that we have in that industry sector. On the subject of industries, let's look at things from the employer perspective. What are the work that people are doing when we break it down sector by sector? 2 things should stand out here. Construction and manufacturing. Almost 1 person in 10 in Niagara is employed in the construction industry, and slightly less than that 1 person in 10, but almost exactly the same, is employed in manufacturing. So it's not even 9 o'clock, and we're already busting myths that there's no jobs in trades, there's no jobs in manufacturing. We look at that data, we see that growth year over year, and we have to come to terms with the fact that this is a strength in our economy. This is something that's not going away anytime soon, and it's really something we should be proud of, and I expect our next speaker is going to have a lot to say on that, so I don't want to steal any thunder there. We can also look at the depth of knowledge that's available in our local labor market. We have 2 world-class educational institutions here at the post-secondary level. And again, it goes back to this idea of myth-busting. There's the old pervasive idea that everyone who works in Niagara is a teacher. Well, only 3% of our post-secondary trained population has a background in education. Compare that to 17% that has a background in business. This is a labor force that is positioned to be a strength for local employers. There we go. The challenge then is pairing those strengths with labor market demand, and that's the ongoing work that we do in workforce development. We used an aggregation of online job demand to try and build a sense of what employers are looking for. That said, from the employers who complete our surveys, and thank you for those who do that, we know that about 20–25% of those employers like to hire through informal channels, not posting jobs online, but saying, who do you know that will be a good fit? And that's great for getting someone quickly, but that's what shapes perception of the labor market. Most people who don't have access to those relationships and to those business networks look at what's available online, and they start to perceive Niagara as being a certain way. So our ongoing challenge as a workforce planning board is squaring those perceptions against those realities and trying to bring what's actually happening in the labor market further into the light. So hopefully something that you've seen today has sparked some interest. If so, I would strongly encourage you to check out our website, www.niagaraworkforce.ca, for regional reporting, municipal reporting, monthly job demand reports. It's also home to the digital home, rather, of our immigrant mentorship program. If you are an employer that's looking to make a positive contribution to the Niagara community, our immigrant mentorship program is a fantastic way of doing it. And our lead on that, Josie, give the room a wave, Jose. She's here today, so you can talk to her at a break. And on the subject of mentorship, it's a pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Jamie McMillan, who is an inspiration and mentor to hundreds of young women. She's opened doors and minds to all of the career possibilities in the skilled trades. As co-founder of Kick-Ass Careers, Jamie promotes women in the skilled trades by speaking in high school classrooms and at national trade events. Jamie has been an iron worker since 2002. She has worked at oil and gas plants in Alberta and potash mines in Saskatoon. Please help me in welcoming her to the stage.
everybody hear me okay? Oh, there we are. I don't have a prepared speech today because I'm going to talk about passion and experience. So as you know, as you heard, I'm an iron worker, but that wasn't always my pathway. I was one of those kids that struggled with learning disabilities. I was in special education classes, severe ADHD, and so I went through school being bullied, picked on. I struggled academically. By the time I got to high school, I wasn't in the special needs classes anymore. I was in the general classes, wasn't picked on and bullied the same way anymore, but I discovered a really cool path. I discovered that there were shop classes in school and that I was really good at the creative classes, but I was not really good at all at the academic programs, the ones the government makes you take, you know, all those compulsory credits that I hated. I was a high school dropout. I decided early on that I was never going to go to college or university because I did not want to struggle anymore. I had a very sordid pathway, very convoluted, and dealt with mental health issues because I felt that I was stupid and I couldn't be more in life. I did end up going back to school for what my parents encouraged me to be, and that was a nurse. And although I did it for a while and I felt a sense of accomplishment for a while, it didn't resonate with me for long, and it was difficult when I started to lose people. And I quit that job, moved to Toronto. And it wasn't until I was about 26 years old, I was struggling really bad with mental health. I was struggling to find where I belonged in the world. I was hanging around with very bad people. I had bad influences in my life that I was contemplating very dark things, and I didn't want to exist anymore. And I had moved to Hamilton, Ontario, finally, with a friend who was trying to help me out. And after moving to Hamilton, I didn't know where I was going to go. I was completely lost. And it wasn't until one day when I was walking to the grocery store with very limited funds in my pocket, 26, no pension, no benefits, not 2 pennies to rub together. I was walking to the store, and a girl pulled over on the side of the street, rolled down a window, and asked me for a pen. She was on the phone. When she asked me for the pen, I happened to have one, and I gave this girl a pen. She wrote down some information, and I don't know to this day why she got out of her vehicle, but when she got out of her vehicle, she handed me the pen, and she made eye contact with me. And out of a town of 500,000 people, I only knew one, but this girl looked at me and said, "Is your name Jamie?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Are you from Timmins, Ontario, a town 500 miles away?" I said, "Yes." And she said, "We went to high school together." Turns out she was my high school nemesis. But out of all the people that I run into on the street, 500 miles away from home, in 500,000 people, it was this girl. And she asked me how I was doing, and I didn't want to tell her how I was doing. And then I asked her how she was doing, and this was her reply. "I moved away from Timmins. I did an apprenticeship to become an iron worker. I make $100,000 a year. I bought a house. I bought a car. She's carrying her $3,000 Louis Vuitton bag. She looks amazing, and I'm jealous." And I think to myself, why didn't I know about this opportunity? I took shop class. I did a 7-foot-high bed, a closet with shelves, and a desk with 2 drawers. And no one told me that I could work with my hands. No one told me that this was a pathway that I could take. And this girl, my high school nemesis, 8 years later on the street, tells me that I can have this pathway. And I end up applying for this pathway, and this pathway saved my life. And now all of a sudden I'm getting out of bed every morning before my alarm clock goes off because I cannot wait to get to work and build things with my hands. I can't wait to leave work every day and see that I've accomplished something. I've built that staircase. I could tell my family, well, we're going over a bridge. I worked on this bridge. Some of my welds have to do with the structural integrity of this bridge. I built that gas and oil plant out west. I get to show pictures of it, and that is an amazing feeling. And that is something that I am so passionate about. So in 2007, I had finished my apprenticeship, and I got a phone call from an organization I did not know existed. It was called Skills Ontario, and they asked me to start mentoring. That happened in 2007. By 2012, I became a mentor and a speaker and a panelist. By 2014, I was being asked to go across Ontario to speak to youth and encourage them that skilled trade pathways are a pathway. If I would have known about it, I would not have been at risk. I would have not have been in this situation. I could have went right from grade 12 into an apprenticeship. An apprenticeship matters, and these are pathways that everyone should know about. Now we're talking today about the labor and the future labor force and how things are changing. Yes, things are changing in apprenticeship. Things are changing with technology. They're using VR systems now to train us, which is really cool because we don't have those consumables that we're wasting anymore and all that product. But at the very root of it all, we want to talk about the changing workforce. The skilled trades still need those people who are building with their hands. That is always going to exist. And what we forget, actually we take for granted every day, that infrastructure is all around us. We wouldn't be sitting in this room right now without people who built this building. We wouldn't have those deep mines because those take people with their hands, skilled laborers to build the equipment and those mines that are down there. You think of that space station, people think that skilled laborers are stupid and it's not a good pathway or it's a dirty pathway. You think of NASA, think of those space stations. Who built them? Who maintains them up there? People who know how to use their hands, how to work. So no matter how much the workforce changes, that skilled labor is always going to be there. We are always going to need people to work with their hands to build the infrastructure all around us. That's important when you're driving your $80,000 vehicle to work. Respect those workers that are working on the roads because they're preventing your vehicle from, crashing or being destroyed much quicker. Skilled trades is very viable. Sorry, I'm just looking over some stuff here. The need for skilled workers, like I said, is never going to change. And now we were talking about affordable housing. Let me talk about affordable housing for a minute. Right now, if we don't start to recruit a future workforce in skilled trades and training these young kids and educating them very young that skilled trades are a very good, viable pathway with lots of money, this is earn while you learn opportunities. Where else are you going to get that? These kids are starting out, getting paid to go to school, up to $27 an hour to go to school every day and learn. That's pretty awesome. I ask kids all the time, do you like school? Do you like waking up to come to school in the morning? They're like, no. Would you like it if I paid you $20 a day to come to school? Well, yeah, they love it. How would you like it if I paid you $20 an hour to come to school? And they go nuts. And then I talk to them about these apprenticeship pathways. Now, this affordable housing, labor costs are going up. And why are labor costs going up? One of the reasons it's going up is because we don't have skilled laborers. I've worked across the country. I worked at a gas and oil plant out in Alberta. And about 40% of the workforce was temporary foreign workers because we don't have the workforce in Canada to do these jobs because at some point in time, we forgot to mention it in schools. We took those technology programs out of the schools and stopped promoting them as pathways that kids should take. To me, education needs a revamp. It's time to look at our education system and say, how do we modernize this and make this more applicable to today's world? Two of the things I always promote when I talk to kids, I ask them if they want to be rich someday and they say yes. And then I talk about labor costs. How many of you want to ride a car or a truck or have toys, a boat, a four-wheeler? Of course they all put their hands up. How many of you want a place to live? They all put their hands up. How many of you ever got grounded for putting a hole in the wall? How many of you know how to fix all those things when they break? How many of you know how to fix a simple electrical fixture in your room, in your house? How many of you know how to change a ceiling fan that you get on sale for $79 at Canadian Tire? You can get it on sale, but it's not going to really help you when you have to pay a laborer a couple $100 to fix it for you or install it for you. These are basic skills, practical life knowledge that everybody should know. Everybody in school should take a transportation auto class. That's just practical. Everybody should take a construction class. We should be encouraging those. Those should be compulsory credits. Our education system really needs to change. So for every one of you out there, when you go out and you're around out on the streets and you see those skilled laborers, please respect them. We need to change the stereotypes and the bias around skilled trades and recognize that these are really important careers and we depend on them every single day. And without that future workforce, our prices are going to go up so high because the more the competition, the more they can jack their prices. So please encourage people. It's our responsibility to let people know of all their pathways, not just the ones we think that they should take. Thank you.
Jamie, thank you for making the decisions that you've made and being here with us today. It's really powerful. Your message is very, very powerful. I appreciate hearing it. And your insights are profound. So as promised, Jamie, you're on the panel and you are going to be joined by Dr. Andrew Godez, Dean of the Goodman School of Business, Ian Howcraft, Executive Director, Skills Ontario, Vincent Shake, Dean, Niagara College, and Aaron Tisdale, Chair, Niagara Industrial Association, and our moderator, Trudy Parsons, Vice President of MDB Insight. Over to you, Trudy. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's awesome to be in Niagara, my second home. And thanks very much to our panelists for joining us this morning. And Jamie, wonderful introduction to the topic that we're going to pursue for about the next 50 minutes or so. So I'd like to jump right in because I think it's most important that we hear from the panelists and those that are going to share some insight and expertise and perspectives on tomorrow's workforce. We hear a lot, either through newspapers, through dialogue conversations, certainly anytime you go on the web and you Google workforce development, there's lots of discussion, comments, and thoughts about what the future of the workforce is actually going to look like. So I'd like to begin, and I'll just open this up to any of the panelists. So I'm just going to shift this chair because I can't see everybody. There we go. I'd like to get your perspective on what you think some of those big changes are going to be as we think about, you mentioned technology changes, we talk about, AI, there's lots of virtual realities, robots. What does the future workforce look like? What are some of those changes that we're going to have to deal with? Open it up to anyone at the panel.
I'll
Please.
start off then. I think there's huge opportunities. Technology will play a more important part. But some of the things that we have to also deal with are some of the long-standing challenges, making sure young people are aware of all options available to them. How many people in this room are aware of the organization I'm with, Skills Canada Ontario? How many people? A good number, but there's still a lot that don't know about it. We have to make sure that young people are told about the opportunities they have in all areas. Particularly, I'm interested in the skills. The average age of somebody entering an apprentice in Ontario is 28, so we've missed a lot of years. We have to get into the schools, which we do, but we need to do that more systematically. Jamie talked about having compulsory courses that kids should take to expose them to the trades. We also have to get to parents so they understand what the realities are, what those future jobs are, and how they can support their kids in making the right choices for themselves. So I think technology is going to play a huge important part. Artificial intelligence, VR, it's going to be important in training, but it's also going to change many of the existing jobs that will continue on. You'll have to take and embrace technology. You're going to have to be flexible, and you're going to have to keep increasing your knowledge and your training as you go forward. I think that's some of the key messages I wanted to start off with.
Great, thank you so much. Anyone else?
I would, I agree with what you're saying, but one of the really interesting parts here is that for us to project where we're going to be in 10, 20 years is almost fallacy to think that we can understand that. If we start thinking that it's exponential growth because of machine learning is actually helping us design and develop and plan in the future, we really don't know where we're going to be in 3 or 5 years in the way that we used to. We heard about skating where the puck is going to be with Wayne Gretzky's perspective. The problem is with geometric and exponential growth and understanding and development, that puck now is going to be on the other side of the planet, just by virtue of how we are advancing. If you think about linear development and using the analogy of steps in a room, it would take me about 30 steps to go across this room to the other side. That's linear development. That's what we're mostly used to in our humanity. We're now in geometric development, exponential growth. So 30 steps now will probably take us around the planet 24 times on a geometric pace. So it's exponential growth. So we can't even imagine where our 6th step is going to be, let alone 30 steps out. So that's our great challenge. But the great part is, no matter what the developments are, no matter what the technologies that we bring in to live and work with. The one thing that will never change is the need for a human experience and relationship. And so what we have to develop and plan for is having connections, relatedness, feeling like you belong, feeling like you're making a difference. And so the human experience is really what we should hover around, and ensuring that whatever we develop keeps that as the core, as the focal point of whatever we do. And that helps us stay true to where we're going to be in 10, 20 years, because I don't know what we're going to be using. I don't know what's going to be driving me around. I know I won't be. But I do know this, that whatever it is, it's going to have to be a positive human experience for all of us. And I think that's how we have to shape where we're going to be in 10, 20 years. And all these elements, like the trades and using your hands, those all go to that human experience, the tactile, the connectedness. So it's not a specific answer, but it's a principle to guide us.
Excellent points, please.
I'd like to add, so we've seen amazing breakthroughs in technologies like AI or artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and all the advancements in technologies, and we've integrated those into our enterprises, and we've gone through a digital transformation, and those transformations are taking place through our manufacturing world, and we refer to those as advanced manufacturing. In 20 years, we're going to take all those advantages and apply it to our society. So not only do we need to have smart devices and smart cars and smart homes and smart communities and smart cities, but ultimately what we want to achieve is a super smart society where every member of our society is able to participate and take full advantages of those advancements.
I wouldn't mind speaking on the thread here of the human experience. So as the chair of the NIA and president of Girardi Machine, we're industry, we're manufacturing. We have a huge challenge with our workforce, and one of the brightest stars we have are our young people. One of our largest challenges, of course, is awareness. As Jamie said, and kudos to you, your story matches so many stories of myself in so many ways, but also of your typical machinist or your tradesman, of just that lost pathway after secondary school. Our system is developed and built where our young people are valued daily on their academic knowledge. And when you have a young person struggling with the academic side of high school every day, that is such a hard piece to their personal pride and to their self-confidence. Myself, like yourself, there was no trade mentioned in high school. You were a dummy. If you were supposed to go to university, become a teacher or a nurse when I was graduating high school, that was the pathway. So, I spent a number of years struggling to find a way. And our young people, I have about 6 apprentices on my shop floor, 17 to 19. You want to talk about bringing awesome energy into an environment? Bring a young person into your work environment. They bring so many great things, but we struggle with accepting our young people as they are. So speaking of our future, I say have an open mind. Don't make unrealistic expectations of a 17, 18-year-old. They are truly still trying to find their way. And when you talk about the trades, there is no larger environment like a college or a university where they can feel like they're part of a larger community. Often there's 1 or 2 apprentices in a shop where the majority of the workforce is 30, 40, 50 plus. They feel very lonely. I think when we talk about our future and our young people and not knowing what that future will bring, for myself, there's a confidence and I can't wait to see what they're going to bring, because they're so different from us. Even the last generation, they are completely different from what we are used to. So I think what they're going to bring is something that we're not used to. And as us older folks, we just sort of have to stand back and go, wow, let them go and watch them go, because it will be amazing. It really will.
So I'm going to challenge this conversation just a little bit. For those that don't know, I've worked in Niagara for 10 plus years. And, going back to 2002, 2003, we were having conversations about the importance of including apprenticeship as a stream in the education system. So students could choose to go on to university, college. They may choose to go into apprenticeship. They may choose to go directly to the workplace. So we tried to talk 4 streams. What I'm hearing is that it's not catching on. We're still having that same challenge today. Jamie spoke to it, you've just spoken to it. How do we change the desire, or how do we change the action that is going to ensure that we are respecting the choice of youth to pursue apprenticeship or to pursue going directly to the workplace?
If I could just build on one of the words that you mentioned, Trudy, action. We do a lot of talking, and the skills issues, the skills challenge has been around for a long time. When I got into working in the manufacturing sector 30 plus years ago, the skills issue was the #1 issue we were dealing with. We're still dealing with it. We do a lot of talking, but I think we need to now come up with actions. And there's a lot of good things going on, but sometimes it's siloed. We're not leveraging all that we're doing, all the investments that we're getting. You want to stream kids into apprenticeships in schools, but at the same time, you're talking about that, but you're closing shop classes. So how do you get kids to have that experiential component and exposure to the opportunities? So I think we no longer have the luxury of time. We have to take actions now, and I think we have to, as I talked about the 3 C's, collaboration, cooperation, coordination. Limited resources have to be used as effectively as possible. How do we invest to make sure that the actions that we're taking are going to help us deal with these challenges? We don't know what's going to happen 5, 10, 15 years, but we can take preparatory steps now to give them the exposure and the foundational skills that they can build on and get them aware of what those opportunities are. And again, we're in the schools. We probably meet and talk to about 100 to 1,000 plus, up to 120,000 kids a year, but we're missing 1 million. So how do we have, again, a more coordinated approach? Jamie goes into schools and does that. So I think we are having a really positive impact, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done. And again, it's action, not just talking about it.
And it's that exponential impact. So that leads us really nicely into the next question. And again, I'll open it up to any of the panelists. When we think about the investment on the employer side into their workforce, how are we doing? Are employers recognizing the importance of developing the talent that they currently have in the workplace?
So every one of us here works for an employer, and we all want employers who are going to invest in our education, in keeping our skills more valuable in the marketplace. And if you don't, then you risk of losing the top talent in your organization. And the way to attract top talent is that if they look at your investments that you're making in your people. So it's very crucial that as an employer, you continue to invest in your people. And the #1 requested training doesn't cost a lot of money. It's really just mentoring and coaching. A lot of the grads that enter the workforce, that's where they're looking. They're looking to be mentored and coached by the person who's been there for 30 years old. And that's why the apprenticeship model is such a great model, because it creates that relationships.
I think what you'll find, Vincent's correct, the mentoring and the training component is huge, and it builds a lot of pride in the young person, and it also builds pride and a sense of usefulness to our senior employees. So again, in my environment, I've paired my young people with my senior employees. Now, my shop, we're a jobbing shop, so it's not a walk in the door, push a button and go situation. It takes years to get these young people to a place where they have the experience, the knowledge, the skills, the understanding of what we're doing to be valuable to the company. My investment in my young people is huge, but that's what it is. It's an investment in the future of my company. Again, bringing young people into your business, it brings an energy there, it adds value. It says to your senior employees, I value your knowledge. I value your work experience. I want to draw from you and plant that seed in this young person. And really, truly, what people are looking for in life is personal pride, a sense of fulfillment, a sense of adding to the community. So these are some really great ways to make that happen.
Just to add to this, I'd like to do a poll of the audience, if I may. So how many of you graduated from wherever you graduated, high school, certificate, diploma, degree, are working in the area that you had your last certificate? How many? Raise your hands. Yeah, so if you had an engineering degree, are you an engineer? If you've got a geography degree, you're working in the area of geography. How many are not working in the area that they graduated from? Okay. So, how can we expect anyone who's working for any of us to stay with us when many of us haven't stayed with what we even just studied in? We are always talking about retention and holding people for the long term within our employ. But the challenge is we really don't have that kind of an economy anymore where people, particularly with the newer generations and Gen Z coming in, who have that kind of commitment to a single organization. So investment by an employer on an individual has that challenge about this person's going to get skill sets and leave. And now the mindset really with employing organizations and human resources is really starting to change to, and also the employees, that it's not so much the ticket job of where you go, it's the job that you're leaving that other people find attractive. And so it's not where you're going to, it's where you come from. So there's always this laddering of skill sets that take you to the next place. And so you see this development. So yes, we can invest in our employees, but we should also see parallel agencies and organizations and associations that prepare individuals through their career development and their progression through their life. So those are professional associations such as CPA for accounting. That's colleges and universities in preparation and development for individuals through their life, for credentialing and certificates that allow for development. And employers can invest in those associations and those organizations that help facilitate that development and see an investment that may not necessarily be an individual that they're investing in, but a system and a program and a medley of programs that they're investing in that allows them to see skills come and leave, and that everyone is benefiting as a result of this. So that allows for development of the individual. It allows for investment in programs that allow for the developing of these individuals, and allows for organizations to see the skills uptick for their own employees, but not necessarily the same employee through a 20, 30, 40-year relationship.
That's a very interesting perspective, because on the opposite side of, the employers investing, there's also a need for the individuals to invest in themselves and their own skills development. And so your perspective of, oftentimes as I travel across the country, I will hear from employers, I'm going to invest in this individual to develop these skills, and then they're going to leave. Mm-hmm. So a big concern on the part of the employers is the return on that investment, and their fear that they are not going to benefit from that return.
Mm-hmm. It's almost a pooled return on investment, that you're investing in the people who will deliver the program, so that the employees receive the skills and the knowledge that you're not necessarily investing in a single person, but together everyone's investing in the programming that allows for them to stream through it.
Any other thoughts?
I used to hear that comment a lot too. I can't invest in my people or train people, because if I invest in them or I train them, they'll leave. Right. The flippant comment I heard back in response to that was, the only thing worse than training someone and having them leave is not training them and having them stay. How are you maximizing the investment and the return on those people? You have to invest in people. Yes. And I think sometimes employers do get a bad rap that they're not doing any training. They are doing training. A lot of it's informal. A lot of it's mentoring. A lot of it doesn't get captured in the statistics that we read about in the studies, but I still think there's an opportunity to do a lot more. And I think it gets down to that coordinated approach. How do we help employers find their way through the system? I noticed yesterday the government announced increased investments to Chisholm for school students, which is a great decision, a great way to move it forward. But I think we have to do a lot more. And if somebody wants to hire an apprentice, how do we help them get through that? What's the roadmap? young people, yeah, I want to become an apprentice. What do I do now? Well, now you got to go out and find someone. So again, there's apprenticesearch.com out there. There's other things, but again, it's not a coordinated process that we have. You're on your own a lot of this. We have to find ways and pathways to assist young people and also deal with the stigma around that. I think it's been alluded to here. Sometimes the trades get a bad rap and a reputation. They're viewed as a second choice career. I think Jamie's a great example in the amount of money that you can make in a skilled trade, the opportunities that exist there. We have to make young people aware of that. But again, parents, they have a huge impact and influence on their kids. And if they're not aware of these opportunities, they're not going to be exposing their kids to those choices, or they're going to be specifically steering them away from those opportunities.
Absolutely, thank you.
If I might, I think that fear is, we need to shake that off. I think if you're investing in a young person or a new employee, as an employer, it's up to you to keep them. You have to build the culture in your environment that will make these people stay for life. I think that fear of investment, I mean, we do it in the money market, and we're afraid to do it with our people. I don't think that makes sense. I think we need to shake off that fear, say, I'm doing this for the larger benefit of our community. If I train a young person and they happen to go to another shop that's closer to where they live, are they detracting from my business? Maybe. Are they adding to my community? Are they adding to Niagara? Absolutely. They will still stay. They will build a family. Their money will come back into our system. I think we have to release that fear, be prepared to take that risk, be prepared to build something that people want to stay for. And then speaking to the awareness is very true. We have a difficult time making headway into parents. All of us as parents, we want our children to do better than us. So we want them to see, university, college, these higher paying careers. That exists in the trades. And then you have to make that investment and just move forward with it in your own company. Celebrate your wins, take your losses, and learn lessons.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to shift the conversation just a little bit. I mean, we've talked a lot about skilled trades, and we know that there are hundreds of other occupations that fall outside of the skilled trades, not to diminish one against the other, but I just want to talk a little bit about the disruptive changes that are taking place in the economy and how our educational institutions can adapt in response to those disruptive changes.
Well, I think when we look at our post-secondary education institutions, we are having that conversation literally around the world as to how the environment is disrupting, how we learn, how we prepare students to graduate and be in the workplace and contribute. One of the areas that we're really building is the framework around work-integrated learning and experience that comes while you're in the classroom. So much is happening in the classroom as far as content, but even more so now we're seeing content that takes place outside of the classroom to round out individuals and students. Really what we're looking at, I mentioned the human experience is critical for us to have as the core understanding and the principle that's going to be steady for really time immortal for humanity. And so we need to prepare students for that understanding of the human experience, which means not only is there technical skills that have to come into play, but also the human relatedness skills that happen within post-secondary education today. There is still a need to understand how to think critically. There's still a need to ask questions. And really, when it comes down to it, you're going to hire people that don't have answers. You're going to hire people who know how to ask questions. Because the answers will come from the machines, guaranteed. You'll ask a question, the machine will answer it. Without any doubt. It's what questions do you ask the machine? That's what's critical. And that's what you learn in post-secondary education. How we do that is going to have to shift as to the timelines and how we create, as Abdul mentioned with the Goodman Group, we have credentialing, micro-credentialing, and certificates that allow for you to get advancement in almost bite-sized pieces so you understand where you are. Education will, in time, become the point where you ask yourself, your first year of study in a 4-year program is out of date by the time you graduate. So we have to recognize that and adjust and pivot accordingly. But really what we're going to see now is more sprints in development of individuals and allowing them to not just to take that sprint, but also take it into the workplace or take it into organizations and see how it relates to what they've learned when they apply it. And then go back, reflect, and then another sprint. And so that's part of the conversation that's happening now. How do we move quickly? The challenge is that we are an when I say we are, the university is an institution that, long in history, and so development sometimes, as mentioned, can be slow. But the one thing that universities have and colleges have that very few institutions have globally is a fantastic network of relationships with other very, very strong institutions around the world. And we're objective. So when there's research, when there's studies, it's coming from an institution that is looking at an open mind and giving you data and results that are based upon objective analysis. There's very few institutions on this planet that can do that. And we're all connected. And we're connected in positive ways. So if we don't have fintech and blockchain that's going to be the cutting edge today, well, we partner with a school that has that, and we can give it to you. If we don't have what machine learning is and the cutting edge on that today, we partner with a school, and we can give that to you. And so we have double degree programs and international experiences for our students that allow them to get degrees here, as well as in countries of Germany, France, the United Kingdom, Ireland, and that allows for students to not just get an experience that has the skill sets and the strengths of 2 institutions or more, but also a global experience, so the connectedness and the understanding of decision that you make here, you have full consciousness of what it means on the other side of the planet. So yes, universities are not necessarily quick to adapt in its own campus. We work as quickly as we can. We create new models and new programs, and I think they're advanced and cutting edge. But where we see the greatest advantage with these educational institutions is the fact that we can collaborate and network with the agility and the speed and the effectiveness of any organization on the planet.
So
Any other
speaking of
thoughts?
networks, speaking of networks, actually, we've heard a number of announcements today, like by Dr. Patterson, about the innovation centers that we're putting in. We were very pleased that the FedDev Ontario awarded $14 million to Tsunami 2.0. That's the Southern Ontario Network of Advanced Manufacturing Innovation. So that is a network of 11 institutions across Southern Ontario, and has very strong industry partnerships. It's partnered with over 200 local businesses to drive research and innovation. Another initiative that we're working on is our Greenhouse Technology Initiative. And so again, another $5 million from FedDev Ontario. We're very pleased with that. And that is going to be looking at the convergence of technology to help the agribusiness be more productive and be more responsive. So the way that we stay current is by disrupting ourselves. And so every one of our programs has an advisory committee. I meet with them on a regular basis, including our faculty, and we look and we listen to the needs of the industry and what they need in 5 years and 10 years from now, and we take that back to develop programming so that it feeds Ontario with a qualified workforce.
I'd just like to add or build on, I think the things have changed dramatically over the last 20, 25 years. I think partnership has been key to that. Colleges and educational institutions are reaching out more. They're working more with the communities, working more with the business sector. My old trade association I was with 25 years ago, we were quite critical of the college system because you're not producing the type of workers, you're not training them in the skills that we need. And I think it was Dr. Patterson who impressed me 25 years ago, saying, well, what is it you need? Why don't we work together instead of you throwing stones at us? Why don't we come up and collaborate and work to develop a program and training that would be of interest and benefit to manufacturing? So we did. We collaborated with Niagara College and 4 other colleges and developed a manufacturing leadership certificate program. And that was a great example and a real eye-opener for me to say, yeah, we shouldn't just be pointing out the problems. What we have to come to the table with is the solutions and find a way to partner to realize success that will help benefit the students, the economy, and help us move that forward. So I think one of the themes I'm always interested in hearing about is partnership, and how do we leverage that to, again, full advantage? Resources are limited, and we have to find a way to make sure we're maximizing the impact of those limited resources, and partnership is the best way to do that.
Yeah, such an excellent point. And I mean, to the employers that are in the room, I think this is a tremendous opportunity to take advantage of the offer from our post-secondary institutions and our industrial associations and other associations that there is a real desire and a real want to work together. Oftentimes I will hear from employers, that the graduates coming out of the programs are not meeting their needs. Particularly, no surprise to this audience, I'm sure, is around those soft skills or those essential skills that employers are looking for. And, on the other side, I talk to the educational institutions, and they're saying, well, if we could just understand what employers are looking for. So to your point, 25-year-old conversation is still a very important conversation today, and the opportunity is certainly there for employers to share that information. I just want to remind the audience that there is an opportunity to put questions forth. So if you've got a card or a piece of paper, please slip it to one of the folks wandering the room, or certainly feel free to use the microphones that are around the room as well. I'd like to shift a little bit. We talked a little bit about innovation. We talked about disruptive technologies. Are there any examples that come to mind for you where you've seen that transition happen and actually have a positive impact on the labor force or on the labor market?
Going forward?
Pardon?
Going forward or today?
It's something that you know of, or something that's in the works that you're starting to see is a best practice or a promising practice.
Telepresence and mixed reality. So we talk about AR, VR. The next thing that's going to be coming out are glasses that you'll wear, and they'll have the AR, VR on your lenses. And you're going to walk down a shopping aisle in a grocery store, and you're going to be bombarded with discounts and coupons that are in front of your face, pointing to the product. And you're going to have your Google Maps on your screen, on your lens, and it's going to show the arrow where you turn right on the road. And so those things are going to be in place. Telepresence, I think, is going to be something that we see how we come together in a way that doesn't really exist. It's out there, it's clunky, but it's going to become just a natural way of us communicating and experiencing our own world. I always think about the day that I'm in a vehicle going 110 kilometers an hour down the QEW, and there's no one behind the wheel. It's going to be an interesting day. And I am sure I'm not going to feel comfortable. So how are we going to make that human experience comfortable? Is it going to be an augmented reality person behind the wheel, so to speak, and just chatting with us? And so what's going to be really interesting in the workplace is we're going to have experts and consultants on helping us adopt, quite frankly. And so I was thinking about this yesterday. So the term adoption agencies is going to have a whole different meaning. And I do think it's going to be a space that we're going to need people to help us adopt to the machines that are going to help us. And so that's going to be a skill set. That's going to be a workplace that we don't even imagine today. But we're going to need help in adoption. Absolutely. So the one, like I mentioned, the lenses, the glasses is coming to a tech booth soon. In the next 2 years, you're probably going to see something about that. But those are going to be the beginning where we're going to have augmented reality on those lenses, and we're going to be speaking to people that aren't actually in front of us. And so that's just the beginning. So I don't know if I painted an exciting or a daunting picture, but I do think that that's one space that we have today. And where it's going to be in 5 years is going to be wildly different than what we can imagine right now.
Well, Jamie, you mentioned using AI and VR in the trades.
Absolutely. I was at an HVAC conference last year down in Vegas, and it was really interesting because they're trying to come up with ways to deal with their aging workforce. And this whole modern technology, and speaking of the glasses, they have a really aging workforce, and some of them have mobility issues now, and they can't get out on the job sites and crawl around in those places anymore. And so they have this technology now where the apprentice or the other worker will be wearing the glasses, and everything that they're doing and seeing is in front of them being picked up by these glasses, and these other technicians who are no longer able to go out into the workplace are sitting behind a computer at home, and they're able to talk to them and see what they're seeing on the computer screen and talk them through this rather than being there alongside them. It's kind of neat.
Incredible.
And there's one thing that I saw, it is going to be a game changer in the manufacturing world, and it's inspection of welds. And so typically today that you would have to basically use destructive techniques to look at the welds from the inside to see if you've actually made a joint. So you would take a sampling. But there's a company out in Kingston that hire our graduates from our photonics program. They're looking at using lasers to actually do non-destructive testing of welds. And that is going to be a huge game changer around the world. And it's a company here in Ontario.
So Jamie, I just want to pursue that a little bit further. You travel, you speak to students. I'm assuming parents are hopefully sometimes in those audiences when you're speaking to that. I mean, how do we create that picture of excitement for the students and the parents or the influencers that are influencing those students on the career path that they're actually going to be taking?
This is something I actually do a lot of. So I work a lot with the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program and Skills Ontario. Those are my two companies, and I go around and I provide a mobile service. So I don't do just the one big events. I go and speak to students. I'll go into rural communities and stuff. But it's really, if you want to bring that excitement, it's the engagement piece, really. The engagement, you have to get the kids, you have to bring them into places, you have to dress them up in the authentic workwear, give them the tool belts, give them that tangible feel, do the hands-on stuff, and really showcase what the trades are about and give them those realistic job previews. And it's interesting because oftentimes the parents are the people who are stopping the students from going into the trades, or even the educators, the guidance counselors. They don't grasp the concept of it, so they're not passing that information on. But oftentimes we'll do trade shows and exhibits and bring in, the employers, and they bring in this VR technology and all this kind of stuff, and it really opens up the minds, and we talk about the money and the success, and actually having these people see real people in the industry. A lot of times there's a perception of women in trades, they don't believe that you could be a woman in trades unless you're built like a burly man, and that's not the perception. So oftentimes we're women speaking to parents, and we're talking about how we really need women in the workforce, because they say 4%, but I believe that number's a little inflated. We need women in this industry. We're 50% of the population and a very small percent of the workforce, and we could do it, especially with all this modern technology and the way we're working smarter.
They're applauding.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I was not expecting that. But bringing in actual women, when I stand in front of a group of parents and I say, I am an iron worker, that's one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs in the world. Go Google this and see the badass stuff that we do. It's pretty neat. And letting the parents recognize that, and then they think, wow, my daughter can do this, my son can do this. It opens up their minds. Often I have parents come up to me and they're like, how do I get into trades now? Like, they start to change their interest in it, and that's what's important.
If I could take one moment, maybe
Yes,
a little bit of self-promotion. Yes, how do you get people to experience that? I want to encourage and invite everyone here to come to the competition that we hold in May. It's May 4th, 5th, and 6th this year. It's the largest skills competition in the country. 2,400 young people competing, being exposed to the opportunities in 70 different contests. We also host the largest young women's conference. Over 2,000 participants, almost 40,000 people came out to see it last year, and there's room for more. And what a great way to experience and see the passion of young people, the interest of young people. I can't do it justice talking about it or showing you pictures about it. You have to come and experience it, because it really does have that wow factor. So if you haven't come, please join us. If you have been, come on back. We'd like to see you there again. And it's a great way for parents, for kids considering a career, to see what the components are, to have a try-a-trade experience, getting young people, elementary school kids, to try a workshop and put some bricks together to build something, to get a hammer and nail in your hands, and just try something that gives you that experience and exposure to what opportunities there may be for you in the world of work.
Awesome. We'll allow him to do that.
Thank you.
I'd like to just pursue a bit of, this might be a little controversial, but, I'm just back from BC last night and working with a community, and they've just experienced some pretty significant layoffs. So they've got a number of people, like hundreds of people, who are now unemployed because of closures. And the conversation went to the importance of attracting immigrants to their community. And I mean, not just, in relation to the layoffs, but the community as a whole, the region as a whole, is experiencing a labor shortage. I mean, they need people. And so the debate was really around, well, we have all these people who just lost their jobs, so why would we bring immigrants to our community? Thoughts, comments, concerns? I'd love to get your perspective on how to help communities recognize the importance of the balance. We need immigrants, we know that. Our net labor force growth is going to be dependent on our ability to attract immigrants to Canada and to our communities. How do we balance that with the fact that every community has some individuals who are unemployed?
I'll start, and I think it's a balance. It's not either or. I think we need both. We have an aging population. There's more people going to be leaving the workforce because of demographics than entering it. So we need immigration to help build the economy. The challenge was, too, we need immigrants with the skills that we need now. It takes time to train people domestically, which we have to do. We have to build in the training systems here. So we need to do both. It's not do we do one or the other. It's we do both. And I think we have to do a better job, I think, of explaining and educating people as to what the realities are around immigration. You talk to the experts, you read the studies, and without immigration, we'd have a declining population, a contracting economy, and that's not what people want too. We have to be able to deal with it. I think we probably need better labor market programs to help transition people who are losing their jobs. Manufacturing was cited as an example that often gets a bad rap as well. There's 700,000 people in Ontario directly employed in manufacturing, which is down from 1.2 million 10 years ago. So hundreds of thousands of people lost a job. And because manufacturing's all moved away. It has changed dramatically. It will continue to evolve, but it's still the single largest sector we have. And a lot of the jobs that have disappeared are ones that were displaced because of improving technology and productivity improvements. So there are people that are going to lose their jobs. So we have to find, again, lifelong learning, people investing in themselves, employers investing in training. Again, it gets back to that collaborative opportunity that we have to come up with a system that takes all these things into account and gets outside the silos of just working in one area. We have to be, again, collaborative and working to leverage full advantage of the investments that we need to make.
Our mandate hasn't changed over the last 50 years, which is to ensure that Ontario has a highly skilled workforce. And so, but with declining domestic enrollment, we've expanded our mandate to internationalize, bring in students from overseas. We have a good immigration system, so they come here on a student visa, they get a work visa, and after that they get permanent residency. And they're highly trained, and I often hear from employers is that there's not enough skilled workers, and so we just basically have, the two are not mutually exclusive, so that is our mandate, and will continue to be.
One of the foundations of innovation and one of the pillars that the World Economic Forum recognizes as leading towards innovation is diversity. Diversity of thought, diversity of background, diversity of experience. And Canada, of all those pillars, we're not leading, but the one we do lead in is diversity. Half of Toronto comes from away, if I could use that terminology. Toronto's recognized now as an innovation center globally. We require diversity in order to have innovation. Whether or not there's a declining domestic enrollment, it does address that, but it's absolutely critical that our environments where we learn and we develop and we create innovative processes, practices, technology requires diversity in thinking. And there's no better way than seeing people from around the world to come together and have conversations and contribute and to advance, not only in education, but in communities. We have an obligation, really, as a university, to create that diversity of opinion and thought. We need to be able to draw from the world. And the best part about drawing from the world is that they, by and large, stay and they contribute. And they are investing and they are building organizations and companies and they are creating opportunities for people who are here. The other part of the coin, the other side of the coin, is that the university allows us to be a conduit for everyone that's here to connect around the world. So students and staff and faculty and the community has this opportunity of a global experience through the university. What that does for any individual is understand that, well, I always think of two things that when I travel abroad. First off, as a Canadian, I am so privileged to be able to have access to almost any country on the planet without much for visa application. I think that's such a privilege. The other part is how fortunate we are here with respect to our infrastructure, our development, our freedom of thought and expression. And it's something that's not experienced around the world. When people come to Canada to settle or just to study, we are a wonderful ambassador for open-mindedness and consideration for others. And they either take that back where they came from, or they contribute when they land here. So you cannot have that. You cannot have that global regard for our national consciousness without encouraging and facilitating immigration and settlement of people from around the world. And keep in mind that the vast majority of the people in North America are from away.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Absolutely, thank you. That was some great points. We do have a question from the audience. So we'll just take a couple of minutes before we wrap up. What do you feel the federal government can do to promote Red Seal trades across Canada? It's probably to some of our trades folks, Jamie or Vincent, Ian.
They are starting to do things to promote trades. In fact, this summer, I was chosen as one of 3 people to represent Canada on a federal advisory committee to promote trades as first choice career pathways to youth. So there are 3 of us sitting on that advisory committee. So it's myself, Mandy Renahan, and Matt Whalen. And our whole thing is to put together a campaign that we're going to submit to the government so they can roll out a 2-year program or a 2-year campaign to promote these career pathways. So something that's going to attract youth. So if anyone has insight, you're welcome to bring it to our attention. Something that's, enticing to youth, what will engage them, what will get them interested in trades. So
Awesome.
they do have a budget for it.
Great, thank you for that.
I think
again,
exposure.
in my view, it gets back to collaboration.
Yeah.
The unique situation we have in Canada, the federal government is trying to have the Red Seal program promoted, as are many other provinces, but it's the provinces that have the constitutional jurisdiction to deal with this. So it's getting everybody on side to move it forward. Again, there's been some great success. There's a Canadian Apprenticeship Forum that's dealing with this and helping promote it. But again, there's not enough success that we're realizing just because of some of the challenges that we have. Hopefully, the federal government will be able to take advantage of Jamie and Mandy and the group that they put together to make some of the changes that are necessary. Engage business, engage labor, engage as many of the communities as possible to get their input and come up with actions again that are going to have real impact rather than just doing another report that sits on a shelf until the next report is being drafted and another advisory committee put together. Hopefully, we will start to see results that we need because, as I said earlier, time is of the essence, and we no longer have that luxury of waiting. We need to take actions now and start getting results because it's going to take time to get it through the system to train people. It does take years. So the longer we wait, the longer the training is delayed, the longer the success will be put off. So we need to, again, focus on action and moving it forward now.
Awesome. Vincent, did you want
No,
to have
I
a closing word there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll need to have a rapid change, of course, and business as usual is not an option. So, but it's well said, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I'm standing between you and coffee. So we'd, first of all, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And just as a closing comment, I think it's really important that we make sure we keep this conversation going forward. Thanks very much, everyone.
Don't everybody run away yet. So thank you so much. That was a very informative and very interesting discussion. One of the things that I think it's really important to think about as well, and it goes back to Chair Bradley's comments, when we think about vibrant and healthy communities and the context within which people work. And so, Jamie, like yourself, I spent some time in the oil patch, not doing what you're doing, although I would love to. It's just really important when we think about affordable housing, we think about health care, access to services within these communities and our own Niagara community, where you have an oil patch worker earning $130,000 a year and being homeless and living in a truck. So I know you've probably seen that yourself, but really thinking about how do we support and mentor our workers in the Niagara communities? How do we provide that access and affordable housing to people? So thank you all so much. And if you could make your way off the stage toward Mishka, I'm thinking she's standing behind me with a little bit of Niagara finest for you. So thank you. A big round of applause, please. Very good. Well, we've gathered back together, as you can see, so we'll begin our program at this point. We don't have everybody yet, but they're working their way back. There's a song named that, isn't it? I'm working my way back to you, babe. Very good. I now would like to invite Mr. Blake Landry, Manager of the Economic Research and Analysis at Niagara Region, to the podium to provide our regional economic update. Blake?
Thank you. So I'll be presenting the next 10 minutes, just an economic update. So I'll be focusing on some key indicators. So I chose 10 kind of top indicators that I think would be of interest to everybody. So just some quick key facts on Niagara's economy. So 17.2 billion in GDP, 4.7 billion in exports. We've had a lot of building construction over the last little while, so 1.7 billion in new investment in construction, 1.1 billion in building permits this past couple of years, so retail sales almost $6 billion, number of employer businesses over 13,000. Non-employer businesses, so those are the entrepreneurs and self-employed, about 27,000. Historically low unemployment rate at this time at around 5.9%. And then the per capita household income about 42,500. So those are just some kind of key facts that give you an idea in terms of the size of our economy here. But now I'm going to get into some more specific indicators. My friend Adam Durant already kind of presented on population. It's no surprise that we're experiencing a population boom right now. The growth rate has been higher than the province, but the growth rate looks like it'll be decreasing a little bit, but that doesn't mean people are going to stop coming here. It just means that it'll be not as drastic as it's been in the past couple of years. So gross domestic product is essentially the value of all the goods and services produced in an economy. So all of my slides here are adjusted for inflation, so this shows us the real growth that we're experiencing. So you see GDP has been on a steady incline in Niagara, which is great. When it comes to growth rate, we typically lagged the province over the last 5 years, but our growth is coming in line with the province, so that's good news as well. The province is slowing down, Niagara is picking up, so that's a really good sign. International trade. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this slide because it's so important in Niagara. So Niagara is a trading region. And what does that mean? Ontario, so to put it in perspective, Ontario is actually a net importer of goods at about $110 billion. Niagara is a net exporter of about $2.3 billion. So Niagara companies, this is very unique to this region. We're a binational region, we're a trading region, and we punch way above our weight in terms of our exports internationally. About 90% of those exports go to the United States, so we're still very dependent on that market. And about 90% of the value of those exports come from our manufacturing sector. So it's really important important to recognize that manufacturing businesses are doing most of the exporting and bringing this value, new money into the regional economy that gets recirculated. So between 2017 and 2018, Niagara gained about $600 million in export value, so that's very significant. When you look at net exports, I mentioned Niagara actually has a trade surplus of about $2.3 billion, and our net exports have actually shot up over the last couple of years. This is great because Niagara has been designated a foreign trade zone point by the federal government. There's a lot of interest here in terms of supporting trade infrastructure from the federal government. So this just supports the notion that Niagara is a global economic trade corridor. It's true, the stats definitely show that to us. In terms of investment, so I'm sure everyone has noticed the residential investment that's occurring throughout Niagara. And as you can see, over the last 5 years, it's been quite high, about $1 billion. When you look at non-residential, so that would be the industrial, commercial, and institutional, we've actually seen some steady growth there as well. Actually, 2018 was the best year ever in terms of non-residential investment in Niagara. So I've looked back to when they started producing the data in 2001, and there's never been a year where we've seen this level of non-residential private sector investment. So that's a very strong indicator. We've actually outpaced the province as well as every other economic region in Ontario in regards to industrial investment. So that's great. Manufacturing is alive and well, industry is alive and well, and there's a significant investment happening. So when you look at the other chart to the right, you can see commercial, the gray line, has been a steady incline. You can see institutional, the green line, so that's government and institutional investment has actually declined a little bit. And you can see industrial over the last 3 years has been on a very steady incline. And even if we remove some of the major projects that everyone knows about, such as GE, so I did this analysis, we would still be historically high. So that's not just one investment, that's a series of investments, including building upgrades and renovations as well as new building construction. So building permits, this indicator really shows us the potential for this investment in the future. So there's no signs of anything slowing down at this point. So if we look at residential, there's a very strong incline in terms of building permits issued. So that activity is going to continue, I suspect. And when you look at non-residential, it's still relatively strong from a building permit value perspective. So I suspect this will result in real investment, capital investments in the next year or so. And when you look at non-residential, again, we see very high level of commercial building permits issued. We see a lower level or a declining in government and institutional building permits. And also like a very high spike with a bit of a decline in industrial. And although there's a bit of a decline between 2017 and 18, it's still historically high. So I suspect that this activity will continue. 2019 is already on pace to be another banner year. So there's no slowdown at this point. So business counts, this is where I like to kind of talk about the composition of our business community here. So you can see businesses with employees, there's been a kind of a steady increase over the last 5 years, so that's great. These are new companies employing people. These are new companies coming to the area that employ people, so very positive. And when you look at companies with no employees, it's actually been about a 10% increase there compared to a 5% with companies with employees. So these are new business startups. These are entrepreneurs. These companies essentially will hopefully employ people into the future. And then when we look at the kind of composition by employment size range, about 80% of companies in Niagara employ fewer than 20 people. So we're talking small business. I've heard reference to small and medium business supporting the economy, but most of the companies are very, small businesses with fewer than 20 employees. In terms of retail sales, so this is a very important indicator because it really reflects activity in our tourism and hospitality sector as well as retail. So we can see steady increase in retail sales over the last 5 years. 2019 is forecasted to continue to be very strong. But when you look at the growth rate, both Niagara and Ontario will be declining. So we suspect that the retail sales growth is actually going to slow, and it's forecasted to 2019 is slowing. However, it'll still be a relatively healthy rate. It's just that 2016 was incredibly strong. In terms of inflation, so there's a lot of talk here about affordability. CPI, Consumer Price Index, is one way we can measure inflation, and I don't think this is a surprise to anyone, but over the last couple of years, we've seen a real spike in terms of the increase of costs for household goods. So this poses some challenges that I'm gonna get into. So income. Historically, Niagara has lagged Ontario, and you can see household income per capita is still lower than Ontario, although it's growing and forecasted to grow in 2019. We still lag Ontario, so that's a unique challenge in Niagara. Affordability is a challenge. Income levels is a challenge. However, there are some positive news. When we look at income growth rate versus inflation, over the last year or so, Niagara's rate is going up, whereas the province has come down a little bit. So that's a sign that we could be coming in line with Ontario. However, there's more work to be done there, and hopefully that trend continues. In terms of employment, my colleague at the Workforce Planning Board provided some of those figures. Employment in Niagara is still relatively volatile. It goes up, it comes down, it goes up. Historically, it's pretty good right now. When we look at the unemployment rate, it's been trending down. Again, as you can see by the graph, it's a little more volatile than the province, but it's headed in the right direction, although we still have a slightly higher unemployment rate than Ontario. But again, we're at levels now that we haven't seen in a long time. So we're at 5.9% as of September, from a height of about 10.4% in 2009. So it's trending in the right direction. Again, participation rate. So you notice a little bit of kind of volatility. So what participation rate is a percentage of the working age population that's actually participating in the labor force. So in Niagara, we have a little bit of a challenge. It is an older demographic here. So people leave the labor force, new people come into the labor force. So year over year, it changes compared to the province, which is a little more stable. However, you see the province has that same kind of issue as well because their participation rate is dropping as older people leave the labor force. And then in employment rate, again, very similar. It's really the percentage of the labor force that's employed. And you can see it ebbs and flows. However, generally, we're headed in the same direction as the province. So that's it. I had 10 minutes. I showed some of the kind of most prominent economic indicators. It's all based on really relevant sources. So if anyone has any questions, my job is to provide business, economic, and industry-oriented research to the business community. So I'm happy to support anyone. If anyone has any questions afterwards, feel free to email them to me or come and see me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blake, for such an intelligent interpretation of the data. Really appreciate it. I now would like to invite Ashley Scholliner, VP Policy for the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, to the podium. Ashley?
Thank you. Thank you specifically to Mishka and to Hugo and to the entire team at the Chamber for having me back this year. It's always a pleasure to be in Niagara. So I want to give you today a snapshot of Ontario from three perspectives: political, economic, and the business community, the business climate. From that, you should have an idea of what the next year will look like, as well as what some risks may look like for your own organization. So first, just quickly, if you're not familiar with the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, I'll introduce us. For more than a century, we have been the independent, nonpartisan voice of business in this province. Our network of local chambers of commerce, which includes the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, is one of the largest in North America. And our 135 chambers represent a range of organizations, from multinational corporations to small family-owned businesses, in all sectors and across all corners of the province. We're committed to bringing everyone to the table, industry, civil society, government, post-secondary, to work together to create a stronger and more prosperous Ontario. So, let's set the table with a bit of political context. The first year of the Ford government has been characterized by decisions that will set the stage for years 2, 3, and 4, both in terms of policy and the economy. So you're probably familiar with some of these priorities, fiscal restraint being a major theme. Similarly, open for business, another big theme. That's really kind of taken the form of red tape reduction. This government set particular targets. They want to reduce regulations by 25% by next year and save business about $400 million by next year. So fairly ambitious targets. We've also seen planned investment in greater Golden Horseshoe transportation, as well as some pretty big transformation in key sectors like healthcare and the skilled trades. They announced that dissolution of the Ontario College of Trades. That's a pretty big one, as well as moving around moving around various health agencies and potentially changing the healthcare system in pretty dramatic ways. So what then comes next? How are they setting the table for the next few years, especially 2020, politically? So first and foremost, they've announced all these big changes in year one. Now they have to actually implement them. So, we're going to find out what happens with the Ontario College of Trades, for example. They need to hit their red tape reduction targets. Some of you may have noticed this week there was another one of the big red tape omnibus bills that was released. They're doing that every quarter or so to hit that target. They're showing a lot of leadership on interprovincial trade issues, so that will likely continue. And potentially as well, a new relationship with the federal government in the context of the election. So that's what's happening at a policy and politics level. What does this mean for the economy? What economy are these policies being enacted within? So Ontario's been adding jobs, but as we hear from employers, it's difficult to find the right person to fill them. Unemployment is low, but that also means that the labor market is tightening. After a slight slowdown, the housing market has rebounded, although that's not necessarily great news in the context of housing affordability, which is a problem that's spread beyond the GTA, as you all well know here, and of course is impacting affordability, livability, and even the ability of employers to attract and retain talent. In terms of weaknesses, within the economy, business investment continues to be lower than it should be. This is something we've been tracking for a few years, and we've been seeing less investment in those productivity-enhancing factors that we would like to see, things that spur further growth and development throughout the economy. The other concern, of course, is that we made it through the uncertainty of the NAFTA renegotiations, and now we're going to potentially be caught up in trade disagreements between the US and China. We just can't win. So where are we headed? Again, Ontario could get caught up in these trade disagreements between the US and China, particularly our energy and manufacturing sectors. And of course, the delayed ratification of USMCA doesn't help. And although our economy is diverse and strong, These are two very important sectors, and challenges for them could cause ripple effects throughout the economy. Similarly, although the OCC believes that, excuse me, fiscal restraint is very important, fiscal responsibility is very important, economists are predicting that continued fiscal restraint by the Ontario government could be a drag on our growth next year, so something to watch for. And of course, we've been hearing a lot of rumblings about a potential global recession next year. And again, although it likely won't start in Ontario, we of course will not be immune. So what are Ontario businesses saying? What's the business climate like at the grassroots? We survey our members every year, and we find that their perspective can give us insight into where the economy's strengths and weaknesses lie and what may be coming. The next couple of slides contain data from our 2019 Ontario Economic Report. Our 2020 Ontario Economic Report is coming out in February. I encourage you to watch for that. It'll build on some of the data that I'm going to talk about now, and then also provide some new data. So, looking at confidence in the Ontario economy. So, we've talked about this balancing act between job growth and low unemployment and a hot real estate market on the one hand, and then uncertainty surrounding trade agreements and a potential recession on the other hand. And this is very much reflected in the views of our members. When asked about how confident they are in Ontario's economic outlook, they were divided. You can see that here. In fact, actually 42% said that they were neutral. They weren't sure how confident to feel about the province's economic outlook. We also ask our members how confident they are in their own organization's economic outlook, and this is quite a different story. This is something that they have more control over and often better insight into. So in sharp contrast to their views about the economy as a whole, 61% are confident in their own organizations. So regardless of broader economic uncertainty, Ontario businesses see their products and their services as being in demand in a growing market. Now, of course, this confidence depends on their ability to possess the tools they need to be competitive. So considering the political and economic context that I've outlined for you, this is kind of where the OCC comes in. We look at these three factors, and then we work with government to ensure that business has that right environment and the right tools to ensure that Ontario continues to grow and continues to be prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. It was a great presentation, and I really enjoyed the slide that talked about the confidence that we have. And obviously, from the people in this room today, it speaks to the fact that there's a lot of confidence in our own views in Niagara and the fact that we can do better than we're doing today. I would now like to invite Dr. Trevin Stratton, who's the Chief Economist for the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, to join us on the stage. Thank you, Trevor.
Great. Well, thank you for the kind introduction and the warm welcome, and a special thank you to the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, Mishka, Hugo, for the invitation to speak here today. It's a tremendous privilege to receive invitations like this. The energy and commitment of our local chambers are inspiring to us, and they serve as an important reminder of what we in the chamber movement do, who we do it for, and why it matters so much to our prosperity and for our economy as a whole. Many of you have heard our CEO, Perrin Beatty, say this before, but it bears repeating. The Chamber network is our greatest asset and also our greatest strength. When the Canadian Chamber speaks out on issues, we know, and the politicians in Ottawa know, that we do so on behalf of a network of over 200,000 businesses of all sizes, from all sectors of the economy, from every single region of the country. But, keeping that in mind, we certainly have our work cut out for us when it comes to the Chamber network going forward. Because 2019 was not a great year for the Canadian economy. It wasn't horrible either. Our economic growth this year is projected to be around 1.5%. Estimates range between 1.4 and 1.6%. Not bad compared to some of our G7 peers. A lot of European countries have slower growth this year, but quite a bit off the 2% we thought was our potential growth at the beginning of 2019. What's happened since I was at the summit last year is that we had very slow growth in the fourth quarter of 2018 and the first quarter of 2019. Almost no growth during this period, actually. Then in the second quarter of this year, we saw robust growth, particularly due to exports and specifically energy exports coming out of Western Canada. But the second half of this year is also seeing only moderate growth going forward. And so this is indicative of a somewhat low growth era that we're seeing in a lot of advanced industrialized economies, not only Canada, going forward. What concerns me are the drivers of economic growth. Most of the growth in our economy is due to consumption, government spending, and some due to exports, but mainly those exports are due to the hot second quarter. This is important to keep in mind because our household debt levels are relatively high. Our public sector debt levels, if you combine federal and provincial, are relatively high. And so if our growth is being driven by consumption and government spending, then those two things will eventually come to a head. And what really concerns me is that Canadian economic growth is actually being pulled down by an outright decline in business investment this year. Business investment has declined 0.4 percentage points in 2019. And this is particularly concerning because productivity is also waning. Businesses are not investing as heavily in technologies and people and skills to enhance productivity, and this is causing Canadian productivity to diverge from other countries such as the United States. Canada's historically, our productivity has been lower than the United States, but since around 2011, they've been diverging even further. And this is why the business community has been so focused on competitiveness recently. We urgently need to improve the investment environment in this country to help improve some of these numbers. What's interesting is that we're seeing different stories in different parts of the country. It's a tale of two economies in some ways. The low growth areas are in the prairies, right? 0.7% growth in both Alberta and Saskatchewan this year. But a lot of the growth we're seeing is in Ontario, Quebec, PEI, and BC. And Southern Ontario in particular has seen a huge boom in tech sector jobs, particularly around the GTA. Which brings me to the jobs and skills picture. Despite some of the negative macroeconomic numbers, we're seeing huge job creation this year. Businesses are reporting high labor shortages, demonstrating our need in particular for greater immigration to fill some of those jobs. But a lot of the job creation we're seeing is in the service sector as well, as opposed to the goods producing sector. And this may be indicative of a shift in the Canadian economy towards what's called the intangibles economy or the knowledge economy. And a lot of these are those tech jobs in the GTA that I was talking about earlier. Looking ahead to next year and beyond, we're anticipating a bit higher growth going forward, but just slightly. 2020 should be around 1.7% growth. 2021 should be around 1.8%. We're not knocking it out of the park, but still better than this year, but also a far way off from, for instance, the 3% growth we saw in 2017. The recent surveys show that business sentiment may be starting to shift a little bit. As Ashley mentioned, there are some talks of a recession or a global recession perhaps next year, or at least a downturn. And many US CEOs that have operations in Canada project that the Canadian economy is going to be weaker in 6 months. And this sentiment, that when it comes to this survey, is the weakest it's been in 2 years. And this will, of course, impact investment decisions, particularly foreign direct investment in the country. But the real question going forward is what will happen globally, because this is not only a Canada problem, it's slower growth that's taking place globally as well. The Governor of the Bank of Canada recently said that Canada is not an island and we're not immune to the slowdown that we're seeing globally. And here we see global trade volumes, investment, production are all down right now over the past few years. And so while our economic projections are moderate, the downside risks, right, the risks that our economic projections can be derailed are also very high due to any sort of external events happening. And this is creating an uncertain economic environment, which tends to depress investment and growth, not only in Canada, but worldwide. So at the Canadian Chamber, we recognize that many things are certainly out of our control, but our federal government can focus on things that we do control, such as the aspects of competitiveness that we can improve. And these include fixing things such as our broken regulatory system, conducting a comprehensive review of the Canadian tax system, infrastructure investments, and a strategy to fill the skills and the labor gap. And so the Chamber Network, Greater Niagara Chamber, the Ontario Chamber, the Canadian Chamber, and all the chambers across the country will be doubling down in our efforts to help improve the business climate in this country by focusing on these issues as we work together with the new government as it's formed. Thanks.
Thank you, Trevin. Your insights are sobering, for lack of a better thought today on that one. So right now, I would like to invite the Honorable Peter Bethlen-Falvey, President of the Treasury Board, to the podium. Minister?
Well, good morning, everybody. What a great crowd. This is really a bit unnerving when you hear your name called and you're having coffee outside. But it's great to be here again. I remember not that long ago I was in this room for the Ontario Chamber of Commerce annual offsite, and what a great event that was. And so it's great to be back here. And I remember last year, I can't remember when exactly, having the opportunity to speak as well. So it's great to be back here in the Niagara region. Great to see so many people, and I'm really honored to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit. My name is Peter Bethlen-Falvey. I'm the MPP for Pickering-Uxbridge and the President of the Treasury Board of Ontario. Today I'm going to talk about smarter government. When we decided on the title for this speech, I joined my staff in trying to think about how I'd like to be introduced, and I thought I should walk onto the stage to the theme of Get Smart. As with the response, I was met with a lot of blank stares. And I think it's really, then I realized it's code to see who's over the age of 50 who actually knows what Get Smart is. But I asked, in one of my first acts when I got the cabinet post at Treasury Board, one of the first things I did was get rid of landlines. So I asked my staff, well, since I've gotten rid of the landlines, can I keep my shoe phone? And they didn't have a clue. That's when I realized I was the oldest guy in the room. But thank you for being here this morning and taking some time. I'd like to give a shout out to my colleague Sam Oosterhoff, who can't join us here today. I can tell you I've gotten to know Sam. He's an incredibly bright young kid with years way beyond, wisdom way beyond his years, and he's been a tireless advocate in caucus for all things Niagara. So you have someone who, if you don't know him already, haven't talked to him, get to know him, because he's such a great representative, not only for his riding of Niagara West, but for the whole Niagara region. It's great to be here. We have an access to a workforce of more than 1 million people within 50 kilometers of here. I mean, that is really big. And a lot of highly skilled co-op students from Brock University and Niagara College. And when I was here last time, I did have a tour of both Brock and Niagara College, and I was very appreciative to do that. And as most of you know, we have some of the most, or you have, or I'll say we in Ontario have some of the most renowned and precious agricultural land in this region. And this region is a vital gateway to our neighbor and markets to the south. And we can never forget about that. Not to mention the third most competitive center for digital media in North America. So in my mind, it is undoubted that Niagara is a great place to do business. So that's why I'm so excited to be here today. And it's obvious to anyone who cares to look that you play an important role in a booming Ontario economy. Our government recognizes that bold initiatives require two things: great ideas and supportive partners. For too long, the practices and procedures of business have gone unchallenged and unchanged by Ontario's government. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how businesses have modernized, updated, and innovated It's now time for the business of government to get up the curve. So our goal, my goal, is to build a smart, fiscally sustainable governing system, a system that puts the people, our citizens, at the center of everything we do. In fact, I was just having a conversation with the mayor of St. Catharines, talking about how government often, it's the program that's the center of everything we do. No, we have to put the patient, the citizen, the customer. In business, customer experience, user experience is the center, and you design around that. Well, we have to do the same thing in government. Many of you are probably unaware of the work that I do at Treasury Board, so let me just spend a second. Yes, I signed the checks. There's $150 billion worth of checks. Capital is $144 billion over the next 10 years, so they're big numbers. I'm chair of the Treasury Board, which means I have a board, and there's 7 other cabinet ministers on the board, and we review every single expenditure that government makes, and we have to approve each ministry's budget every year, the program spending, $150 billion and going up, and the capital plan, $144 billion. But beyond just approving the dollars, we have an opportunity at Treasury Board to look at the processes and procedures through the whole of government, through all ministries, and we have a complex web of ministries. We employ over 1 million people in government, and so a major chunk of the Ontario workforce is employed by the Ontario government, either directly through the Ontario Public Service or through the broader public service. And so it's important for us to figure out how we can work smarter together. And so that's what we're focused on. Last week, I spoke at the Economic Club of Canada, and I announced that we are building a smarter government that works for you. I'm excited to be here to talk about that plan for Ontario, and how it's going to empower you in your business and in the community. So I'm going to talk about a suite of transformational initiatives, what we call SMART initiatives, that our government is using to streamline and improve services, fix inefficiencies, build a government that's responsive, focus on the duplication and the waste that we see in all of government. So this is a plan that will actually transform the very culture of government. It's so important that we focus on the culture of government. It's a plan that we will build smarter government. So what have we done so far? When our government took office, we promised that we would spend your tax dollars wisely and clean up over a decade of fiscal mismanagement. Let me give you one example. It's a little thing, but I think it's a big thing. 191 agencies, boards and commissions in government. They range from the LCBO to tribunals, so it's commissions and other organizations and boards. They haven't been reviewed in over a decade. You know, just taking a fresh look at all of these agencies and boards has allowed us to save $125 million in the first phase of our review, and we've got a lot more to do there. So it's important that we do it. Just like in the household, you have to look at your finances, make sure you're not spending more than you're taking in. Government has to do the same thing, because the consequences of not putting the finances in order is that our social programs are not sustainable. I often say that when I listen to, if you really go back and listen to Tommy Douglas talk about healthcare, he always talked about being fiscally responsible so that we could fund and sustain healthcare funding for the future. When you listen to Paul Martin in the 90s talk about all the actions to curtail spending in the 90s and get to a fiscally sustainable budget, it was all about being able to fund social programs. This government is no different. This is what it's about. It's making sure that we can fund on a sustainable basis all of the social programs. That is what government does. It takes care of the most needy in society. That's why we're doing this. So in just 1 year, we've been able to reduce the deficit from, in August of 2018, we had the Independent Financial Commission of Inquiry look at the books. This is former Premier Gordon Campbell, Deputy Minister of Finance from Ottawa, Michael Horgan, a nonpartisan, and Al Rosen, a forensic accountant, look at the books of Ontario And in August of 2018, they said the deficit was actually $15 billion. We knew that the deficit wasn't what it was stated because the Auditor General for 3 years had not signed off on the books, said these weren't the Auditor General, the independent third-party Auditor General. So we knew that the numbers were not exactly right. 15 billion. Last month, we closed the books for fiscal 2018-2019, and we're pleased to report that we've got the budget deficit down to 7.4 billion. So how can you do that in that such short a period of time? There's a good news story there. Part of it is that the revenues in this province, the tax revenues, have gone up. And why have they gone up? Well, government doesn't create jobs, but we put the conditions in place for entrepreneurs, small and medium-sized businesses, our whole ecosystem to create jobs. We're not job creators. The businesses are, and the people in society. 272,000 new jobs since we've been elected in 16 months. Folks, that's a real serious number. Most of those jobs, economic research have said they're full-time, they're private sector jobs. These are good paying jobs. And so our tax revenues are swelling. That's good news. What else is good news is that our efficiencies that are planned to attack the expenditure side through smarter government is taking hold. I've often talked about the 2.7 million in cutting that landline, all those landlines we had, to save 2.7 million. The little numbers start to add up. We've done some big numbers, and we'll get into that in a second. I think that what's important to also talk about is that we make life easier for the people of Ontario. Now, specifically, we can put more money back into people's pockets. That's a stimulative effect. For example, lowering gas prices. We dropped it by about 5 cents a liter. That works out to $260 per year per family. We've invested in the expansion of the GO train service to St. Catharines and Niagara Falls. And we're providing over $15 million in transition funding to help small wineries, cideries, and distilleries, and reducing regulatory burden on craft producers in the province. So these things do add up. The little things start to add up. Another little thing, but I think it's a big thing that we took steps to, was ending March Madness. So if there are basketball fans here, I apologize. March Madness in Queen's Park is not basketball. March Madness is ending the practice that many of you would see in business and in government. Use it or lose it. You're coming close to your fiscal year end, and you would be amazed, as I am, first time in government, seeing the types of things that would get requested to be funded at the end. So I wrote a 2-paragraph memo in middle of February, 6 weeks before fiscal year end, and said any new discretionary spending and purchases have to go through me for the next 6 weeks. You know how much that saved? $153 million. That's not insignificant funding. That we can reinvest that money, as I say, back into the social programs. That's the type of work your government is doing. So we're doing government a little bit differently, and we're applying those principles as well to red tape and to regulatory areas. That's why we just announced on Monday that we've tabled a suite of initiatives that will cut a lot of regulations and red tape. By the way, health and safety is paramount. Make no mistake, that's priority number one. So when we're putting a lens on all the red tape and the regulations at Queen's Park, the first thing, can't compromise health and safety. But there are a myriad of opportunities to do things smarter, and that's what we are planning to do. So now let me talk about how we're building, beyond that, a government that works. Throughout the last year, I have crisscrossed the province, and I have listened, and I have been here and hearing from the chambers of commerce and going to round tables and kitchen tables and to the farms and to the small businesses. So we've done a lot of listening. And one of the things that we keep hearing is we've got to change the focus from the program focus to the consumer focus. All our services should be there when they're needed. They may not be needed all the time, but when they're needed, they have to be there. And we have to do that for all 14 million people of Ontario. So last week, I announced that we are launching a suite of transformational mega projects and initiatives, which we're calling SMART initiatives. And under the leadership of Premier Ford, these smart initiatives will streamline and improve services, fix inefficiencies, and build a government that is responsive. So let me just give you a few examples of what that means specifically. I just mentioned the agency task force review, and this review looked at 191 government agencies, as I mentioned. And from this review came a few surprises. Like in the Ontario OMAFRA in the agricultural sector, the appointed Board of Negotiations hasn't met in 20 years. Or Ontario Investment and Trade Advisory Council, which has not been active since 2010. Through this review, I've mentioned that we found $125 million in savings over the next 5 years. What's more, 47% of those agencies that we reviewed have found ways to enable better outcomes by addressing administrative inefficiencies. So this is an example where large-scale transformation will take place and will change the focus of government, focus on outcomes, and improve the customer experience for Ontarians. Another area is digital. That's another massive project that we have. You know, today you can do everything from your banking online, you can do groceries online, but we recognize that you can do a lot more through government online. And so we recognize this, because every time we do a transaction online means one less person online. That's an important focus of us. So what does that mean? What that means is that in the future you won't have to worry about leaving work early to make it to a government office before it closes. We'll meet you where you are, making more options available to you online around the clock. So for example, you'll get text messages from our government letting you know it's time to renew your driver's license or health card. You know, in fact, if it's expired, you have to go in line. You can't do it online anymore. So that's another example. You get the text message, it's expired, you can go online, you missed the deadline. You can do that online now. Another example is the car insurance slip. Just a little thing like that. You know, the press conference where we went from 15 billion to 7.4 billion, you know, get maybe 15 views. We did the car insurance slip, digitize that like on your smartphone like a boarding pass. We got 1.5 million views. So saving $8 billion per year, 15 views. This is what's important to people of Ontario, is digitizing, doing things smarter, giving people the choice. And that's what digital is about. We have prioritized another 10 initiatives within Service Ontario that we're going to digitize. But in totality, we have 10 million transactions that you have to do in line right now that we want to be able to do online. And so that's going to be the focus of our government. We'll still have offices, so it won't be digital only, but it will be digital first. We're also making it easier for businesses from a digital perspective. So I just mentioned the example of the car insurance that you'll be able to digitize. We're going to do that through all of government. Anglers and hunters will be able to get their permits online. There are so many transactions that we'll be able to digitize and make that experience better, so a better experience that you would see in business with a lower cost per transaction. In fact, in the healthcare system in my riding, in Uxbridge, there's a room at the Uxbridge Cottage Hospital that's a virtual room where you can hook up and talk to your physician wherever they may be, maybe in Toronto at Princess Margaret. And you don't have to drive. You don't have to drive from St. Catharines. You can go and have a virtual checkup, a virtual touch point with your physician or specialist because you've got something very stressful in your life. The feedback we've gotten is that by embracing technology and digital, for those who want it, they feel so much better. And of course, the cost and the efficiency and the productivity of doing that. There are thousands of examples, and we are going to do that throughout all of government. The next thing I want to talk about, it might be not the most riveting sort of smart initiative, but it's an important one. And in fact, I talked with the mayor just before, and we just touched on it. It's called transfer payment consolidation. And you may not know this, but over 90%, about 92% of government spending, we spend $150 billion before interest. 92% of that goes to third parties. And so we have in the form of transfer payments. That represents almost 35,000 discrete letters that we send to organizations right across this province to fund their programs, to provide social services, to provide frontline care, to allow them to fund their operations. And some organizations receive multiple letters at multiple times from different ministries, and makes it a very ineffective and inefficient way to do their work. Imagine a not-for-profit trying to do the good work for less fortunate, and they have to spend the time organizing and fulfilling a number of different agreements rather than focusing on what they really want to do. They really want to help people in the communities, at their homes, people in need. They shouldn't be worried about bureaucracy. They shouldn't have to be filling out forms, paper forms, multiple times, and then waiting from multiple ministries. So we're going to modernize that. We're going to automate that in a way that takes these multitude of payments into something less time-consuming, more effective, and up-to-date. So these changes reduce the burden not only on businesses, but especially those small and medium-sized organizations, because not every organization can afford to hire staff and pay the administrative costs, need to make all these arrangements. So not just in social services, but for small and medium-sized businesses. Because these businesses create barriers. These barriers create obstacles for our third-party recipients, for businesses, and sometimes price them out of both businesses and, in some cases, administration that makes them less effective. So we're going to change that system for the better. And this last initiative that I want to talk about is a suite of smart initiatives. So I've talked a little bit about the digitization of all of government. I've talked now about transfer payment consolidation. Not the most catchy thing. It's not going to be on the front page of the Globe and Mail above the fold, but important work. This last one is in the same vein. It's about purchasing. And our estimates have shown that we spend about $29 billion in purchases of goods and services every year. So if you think about it, we spend $150 billion is the expenditure in government. About half of that is wages, so call it $75 billion. Another $30 billion is just buying goods and services. Excuse me. And just as families buy in bulk to save money, we think that government should do the same. So we can now start to buy in bulk things like pacemakers and bandages and computers and IT software, excuse me, to basic office supplies. And we expect through technology and software, through centralizing purchasing and supply chain management, we'll be able to save the people of Ontario $1 billion within 5 years. And we've already started to get some of those savings. So those types of strategies, and something I suspect many of you will be interested to know, this strategy for procurement encourages competition and innovation by allowing for the participation of businesses all around Ontario and elsewhere of all sizes, regardless of geographic location, to be able to bid on procurement. So by using technology to create this system for centralized procurement, our government is removing those barriers for the bidding process. These changes will make it easier and fairer and more competitive and more accessible to companies. This democratizes the procurement process for businesses all across Ontario while saving taxpayers money. So I'm very excited about our strategy on procurement. And while I've had only a time to mention a few examples, there are many more projects that will be driven through the leadership of Treasury Board. And this plan will break down those steel silos, concrete reinforced silos in ministries, because government is complex. We have 1.2 million people, roughly, that work for the province of Ontario in the public sector. Some directly in the Ontario public sector, about 65,000, and then over 1 million through the broader public sector. So it is important that we do this work to break down those barriers and deliver these projects smartly. There's a couple others that I'll just mention that are a big suite of projects within the government. One would be surplus properties. I have one MPP, he's a cabinet minister. For 10 years, he's been elected, and he saw every year a building across the street from his constituency office that was vacant. And yet that building, every summer, the lawn had to be mowed, the snow had to be plowed, the heat was on, and cost the taxpayer $100,000 a year. So for 10 years, think about that, $1 million that went out the door to keep that building viable, and ultimately we came in government and we sold it. Why did we sell it? There was no public reason for the taxpayer to own that building, and that we could transfer it to someone who could risk capital and be able to take that building and make something out of it. We're also looking at government space. You know, there's opportunities in business all the time to do things smarter in terms of space. Many of you have to deal with that day in, day out. Large businesses do, small businesses do. So we're looking at that. I was pleased to join Ontario Power Generation about 4 or 5 months ago. They're consolidating 12 corporate offices into one corporate office. It'll be just east of Ontario, Toronto, in Durham. But let me tell you, the savings out of that, to be able to put people together more collaboratively in a single space, they're putting a training center in there as well, levering the space, freeing up 11 other buildings, 11 other to be used for other purposes. I think that's smart government. That's how we're working to try to deliver financial sustainability so that we can fund those social programs tomorrow. We've put all these projects, we're just begun. And let me tell you, I'm so excited about this because this represents, through the Treasury Board, where we can see through all of government, all through those ministries, that we can work together, because we can't do it alone. We have to have the ministries working together. We can't do it alone in orders of government. We have to work with the federal government and the municipal governments right across this province to work, and we can't do it alone just in the public sector. We need the private sector. We need the colleges and universities, academia, to work together, because the world is changing. We need to do government smarter. We have to digitize. We have to use technology for procurement. We have to think differently about how we manage space, what we do with surplus buildings, what we do with surplus lands, and all of this you'll be able to track on a website that is live now called ontario.ca/smart. So my message today is that we have a plan. We have a plan to find the savings, the inefficiencies, embrace technology, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in procurement, whether it's in direct services, inline, going to online. We're going to work very hard and tirelessly every day so that we can deliver better government, because I think that's what we got elected to do. We got elected to do things smarter. We got elected to restore trust and accountability in the finances of this great province. I'm a private sector guy. I worked at a bank for a number of years. I worked at DBRS, which is a bond rating agency. I watched the provinces tackle their fiscal situation from a credit rating agency point of view. And I can tell you this, BC is in surplus and has a debt to GDP of about 17%. Alberta used to be in surplus. They're going back to surplus. Saskatchewan is in surplus. Manitoba is in surplus. Quebec is in surplus. New Brunswick has turned things around. Ontario is the outlier, and you've got to be careful at the peak of the economic cycle. 10 years of economic recovery, we have the highest debt to GDP in the history of this province. In fact, my predecessor, Deb Matthews, used to say, you can never cross 40% debt to GDP. That's the red line. We're over 40%. So if we are not to kick the can down the road to our children and to our grandchildren, we have to do government smarter. We have to take action today. We can't be complacent. It's also not about ideology, it's about math. We have an aging population. You know, when I was back at DBRS and credit rated the Ontario Teachers Plan, there used to be 9 workers for every retiree. Today, I think the number's closer to 2 teachers for every retiree. So, you know, we have an aging population. Our healthcare system consumes 40 cents on every dollar. We have to take action now. I'm very encouraged. I'm very pleased to be able to talk with everyone today. I wish I could stay and take questions because I could talk for another 3 hours about this stuff. It gets me up in the morning. I'm privileged and honored to have the position to be able to do something about this and do it in a smart way where we find the efficiencies. We do government a little bit differently. We deliver services differently. in a way that respects the financial situation of this province, because it's so important that we continue to reinvest in our healthcare system, in our education system, in our social services. We've doubled the funding for autism. We've got the plan received from the panel. We have increased the funding for education significantly, all-time records, because we need to invest in our education system. And we're investing in healthcare, another $1.3 billion, because we need to. We need to upgrade our hospitals. We need to hire more frontline workers. We need to invest in mental health and addiction, because that situation is here and now. I'm very proud to be part of a government that's focused on that. I'm very honored and privileged to have the opportunity to actually practice what I preach and actually do things. And I hope you will invite me back and hold me to account to everything that I've said today. And please work with us. We can't do it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. It's a pleasure hearing from you with your optimistic keynote messages, and your hard work is much appreciated. And not being able to resist being from the Get Smart era myself, maybe he's not listening, but I really appreciate that he didn't keep it under the cone of silence. There you go. Have a great day, and thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now we're back to Power Talk number 2. Yay. Are you ready? Our speaker is Donna Hind. Donna is making her way to the podium, and as she does, I want to tell you a little bit about Donna. Donna is the principal at the Planning Partnership, an interdisciplinary landscape architecture, urban design, and planning firm that has won 45 awards for their projects. Donna has led projects throughout Niagara Region, including the Brock District Plan for the area around Niagara Region headquarters and Brock University, the Glendale Visioning Exercise that set direction for a subsequent secondary plan for the area around the Outlet Collection at Niagara and Niagara College. Donna has taught at the University of Toronto in Guelph, is a member of the Ontario Association of Landscape Architects, and a fellow with the Canadian Society of Landscape Architects. She is the past president of the Ontario Association of Landscape Architects. Please welcome Donna. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me today to have a conversation about livable communities and urban design in Niagara Region. I grew up in Mississauga, long before it was Mississauga, where it was 3 gravel and tar chip roads. It was about 50 houses in the neighborhood, roadside ditches, no sidewalks. And I remember the neighborhood as everyone that lived in those 40 or 50 houses had 2 parents and 2 or 3 or 4 kids. I moved from there when I went to school, and then moved downtown, where I've remained for this past several decades. I raised my kids in the city in a house that was 25 feet wide with virtually no backyard. And I am a lover of urban communities. When I travel, I visit cities, villages, towns. I've worked across Ontario, I've worked in the Maritimes, in BC, and in Yellowknife. So I think about livability in virtually every place I visit. And in fact, my partners remind me that whenever we're working in other communities, I always say I could buy a house there, whether I'm in Goderich or Fonthill or Midland or Huntsville or Ottawa or Port Perry. So what are livable communities? I think my own design profession has done a really good job making it way too complicated. And I know every person in this room probably can tell me what a livable community is. And I look across Niagara Region at the fantastic urban centers, and you have so many livable communities. You look at places like Niagara-on-the-Lake, and you look at the urban center, and there's a mix of uses, and all the buildings aren't the same, and there's phenomenal landmarks, and there's probably relatively affordably priced housing on the top of those stores. You can walk down the street and you could shop, you can buy a carton of milk, you can go to the waterfront. You can go to St. Catharines and you can be downtown and you see fantastic urban streets, and planners call them complete streets, and that just means that it's a street that is not dominated and for the sole purpose of cars to travel back and forth, but there's safe places that people can walk, there's beautiful street trees, there's people biking on the street, you can park your car, you can take transit. There's places like downtown Grimsby and so many of the centers here that are the perfect scale, and the urban centers are fantastic for celebrations and events so people can come and socialize and meet their neighbors. There's places like Jordan that has an international destination, and Jordan Station that has one of Canada's best restaurants. It's mind-numbing, the resources and the facilities and attractions in this region. And then there's fantastic urban neighborhoods that are a stone's throw to the main street, where you can walk and buy a carton of milk, where your kids can ride a bike, where they can go to the neighborhood park, where you can stroll after work at the end of the day and meet your neighbors. So what's happening in Niagara region that's necessitating this conversation? Well, you've absolutely heard it all morning. I'm just going to recap from a planner and designer's perspective why we're having this conversation. The first is the province of Ontario sets growth in Ontario, so all places, all municipalities in the province has to take their share of that growth. And then Niagara region has to accommodate 170,000 additional people and 80,000 more jobs to 2041. So that's almost the equivalent of the current population of St. Catharines, Thorold, Niagara-on-the-Lake combined. Reno Mustachi, who's the region's Commissioner of Planning and Development, says the wave is here already. He says growth in the region has soared over the past 5 years, and you've heard that in the presentations before me. So the region is working hard right now to update its official plan. We've already heard about the enhancements to transit. So GO Train goes to St. Catharines and Niagara, as you know. Service plan to Grimsby in the next few years. A fantastic airport in Niagara and the direct flights to Billy Bishop Airport. Fantastic improvements to accessibility. But other catalysts, the cost of housing in the GTA, everyone knows that, is well beyond the reach of millennials, our kids. Now the largest share of Canada's population, set to dominate the market. And at the other end of the spectrum is the baby boomers, me in that category, that also is a huge segment of the population. So both ends of the spectrum with a demand for affordably priced housing. In the last 20 years, increase in diseases such as diabetes, depression, asthma have doubled or tripled. That is mind-numbing when you stop and think of it. Public health officials, and some of whom are in the room, and planners are linking a key component of treatment to community design, so to the stuff that planners and designers are involved in, so that we can do a way better job designing communities that enable moderate activity, that enable cycling, that enable walking, that enable social interaction is the most important thing. Anything to help reduce car travel. We're not saying people are going to stop driving to work, but if you can stop driving to the corner store, if you can stop driving your child to school, if you can stop driving your kids to meet their other friends, anything helps to get people out of their car and into a more social environment. Research has proven actually that there's a direct correlation between the proximity from a corner store and where you live, a direct correlation to your health. Research has also showed that a generation ago, many of the people in this room, 70% of us walked to school. Our parents would never have driven us to elementary or high school. And now it's exactly the opposite, where 70% of the kids today are driven to school. Climate change, you just have to listen to the news every single day to learn about the imperative of starting to have to do things differently. So these are all linked in how we design and build communities, and many believe we have just one generation to completely change it and make a big difference. So the foundations for building a livable community, we're building livable communities in Niagara region. I always talk about this when I do my projects in Niagara region because, again, this is mind-numbing to me. The Niagara Escarpment, a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. The biosphere reserves form a network of the world's main ecological systems. And the Niagara Escarpment's UNESCO Biosphere Reserve is one of only 16 in Canada. It's also home, as you know, to the 900-kilometer Bruce Trail. There are stunning natural and cultural features in this region, and when I looked at the Metrolinx's website, they call it a titanic natural wonder of the world. That's how they refer to Niagara region. The wineries that dot this region do a fantastic job of protecting vast landscapes from development. So designing communities that are more compact, intensifying already urban areas is the only way to protect the natural and cultural resources that make Niagara region different from anywhere else in the province. So in my profession, there's 5 raw ingredients. That's how simple it is. Built environment, mobility, local economy, natural environment and open space, and green infrastructure and building. So I'm going to walk through each one of them quickly. So compact development, we just can't be gobbling up so much of the landscape anymore. So we have to build things more compactly. Sometimes that means going up. We have to have a community structure that allows there to be a community or neighborhood focus, always to get people out of their houses and socializing with their neighbors. Everything has to be connected so that you can walk down streets and get to the corner store or get to your neighborhoods. There has to be a mix of uses so people can live and work and shop in the same place. Communities have to be more complex. Mobility, street network and design. So you look at that plan and the red arrows and the blue arrows, so everything is connected so that you're not constantly walking down a street to end at a cul-de-sac and you can't get anywhere. Has to be connected, that is the way to make it more transit supportive, active transportation to make it safe for people to ride bikes and walk, and have beautiful streets that are lined with beautiful trees that contribute to the urban forest and other amenities. Natural environment, no question, every single plan has to start first with the natural heritage framework. There is no discussion on the importance of this layer of community design. Parks can complement that natural heritage system. Parks of all sizes, big parks, small parks, tiny little urban squares, developed through really innovative partnerships. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the public sector has to own and operate all of those public spaces anymore. And then naturalized stormwater management, naturalized trails, all the other components of the green component of a plan. Green infrastructure and building energy conservation, water use management, air quality, dark sky friendly lighting, green building stewardship, and most important, broad-based education. So people understand now that the landscape is more woolly, it's naturalized. We're not mowing every square inch of lawn in our urban areas anymore. And then you've heard about the growth in the local economy and the need to accommodate more jobs. For sure, there's going to be a need to have dedicated employment areas, but there's also really interesting models of live-work developments across the province, Port Credit, Oakville, Niagara-on-the-Lake, where developers and builders and designers are coming up with very interesting models for new buildings in urban areas. So it's always important in the work that I do to help people visualize what density means. And so we do a couple of different ways of doing this. So this is a diagram of a residential neighborhood. And what it's showing is, I hope when even you can squint your eyes, that there's a variety of building types. So I'm going to also say that in every one of these diagrams, we're not saying what kind of residential use goes in that white envelope. We're hoping that there is the full spectrum of rental to ownership, that the full spectrum of people, all income levels, all backgrounds, everything comes together in these livable communities that absolutely lends to the complexity of these neighborhoods. So there is for sure ground contact housing units. There's row houses, there's stacked houses. There's higher density on those bigger roads. There's green spaces that are open and accessible for everybody to use. When you go up one level and look at an area where we might be creating a bit of a node, there's higher density buildings on these intersections where there might be rentable, affordably priced houses. They could be condominiums. Hopefully they are everything all mishmashed in one place. Schools are brought out to the center of the community. Heritage buildings are protected. Natural features are incorporated, stormwater management. And then the highest level where it's the biggest node, where there's more density, there's maybe urban squares, small urban parkettes, always a green space to form a hub or a center of a neighborhood. Then I wanted to reassure everybody that Niagara region and the municipalities have a phenomenal base of planning tools and documents that are set in place to guide development in this region, and a phenomenal group of staff across each one of the municipalities and through the region. So I want to talk to you about a couple of projects that we've done in Niagara region using these documents. And this one is Prudham's Landing. Everybody knows Prudham's Landing. And this is a diagram that we did very early on in a very open collaborative process. And what it's showing, first, I hope you can see, is the entire water's edge is green, it's open, it's publicly accessible to everyone to use. That green edge is lined with a road so that development comes up to a hard edge. It doesn't creep its way. People don't start to privatize that green space along the water's edge. So this is important so that all residents in this community can take advantage of that amenity and resource. So gone are the days of the lucky few that get to buy that waterfront property and privatize the edge. This is open and accessible for everybody. The intent was to have a range of housing type, and the red blocks are slightly higher density, so we do absolutely always want to have a mix and have a main street along that north-south road to create a main street environment where there's shops and services and people living above those shops and services. And this is the Brock District Plan. This was a fantastic project where the City of St. Catharines, Thorold, the region, Brock University, all came together to plan those 4 quadrants. So the plan looked at incorporating the master plan for Brock, but then in the other quadrants, we looked at how we could add more residential development into the existing business park, how we could add a broader mix of uses around the hospital and through some of the university uses on the south, how we could absolutely integrate in every quadrant residential, office, retail, commercial, and institutional. And you can see the huge green framework around the plan that absolutely were the big woolly arms that embraced the entire plan. We took a look in with specific attention at Sir Isaac Brock Way. Here we are looking towards the university, and we wanted to visualize what we were diagramming in our plan. What could that road look like if there was a different attention paid to the landscape character on it? If there was, and I know the region is implementing, a new public space around the region's headquarters. If that road was lined, as you can see on the right, with mid-scale buildings that have student residents or condominiums or rental apartments or retail and commercial on the ground. So how can we make it a more livable environment on that street? And then the last one that actually just dawned on me late in my process of organizing for this talk is that we did a plan for this very area. And I only paid attention to this a couple of days ago, and I thought, oh my God, we are right here. So White Oaks is bullseye almost in the middle of this diagram, and you can see the Niagara Outlet Collection is the big white building on the left. And the region asked us to start a visioning process for the Glendale district. And we came with our team and we saw all the raw ingredients of what makes a great urban livable district. The raw ingredients, there's a Niagara College, there's shopping, there's some residential at the south end, there's employment uses, there's hotels and spas like the one we're in now. And so we worked hard over the course of a couple of months to stitch all those things together. And so what the plan is showing is that how, within the context of all those existing uses, incorporate the campus plan for Niagara College, add more research and business development south of the Niagara Outlet Collection, plan for a new neighborhood that has townhouses and stacked townhouses and low apartment buildings and tall apartment buildings that are an extension of the existing residential to the south. And on the north side, integrating new residential development into the business park while incorporating all of the green systems that exist there. So we often then wonder, sorry, just before I leave this, and then we look across the region and there are so many examples of projects that are in various stages of development approvals, construction in the region that already demonstrate a more compact form of development and intensifying urban areas. So we often wonder why it isn't way easier and faster to get this kind of development done. The Planning Partnership did a study for the province of Ontario a couple of years ago, and we talked to municipalities across the province, tried to figure out why it's so difficult to implement compact development and why it's difficult to intensify urban areas. And these are some of the things that they said. They said public opposition, and with public opposition comes a resistance from politicians to higher densities. And I see that almost every week in the work that I do. And it's really frustrating, and every week we try and figure out different ways of making it easier for people to understand. People talked about a lengthy development process that was cumbersome and difficult to manage. People talked about the lack of planning for infrastructure, that servicing capacity wasn't in place or transit wasn't as far along as they thought. They talked about things like having better collaboration amongst developers, municipal staff, the design team, at every step of the way, not just in the beginning when it's easy to agree on high order planning and design principles, but right through the process when it comes to the way more difficult thing of trying to make plans fit with a broader community vision. People talked about the need for more aspirational policy frameworks that set really strict targets and make it more mandatory to provide things like affordably priced housing. But then we also talked to people about what tools they were using or strategies they had that made them able to implement compact, higher forms of development. And so these are some of the things that they said. So municipalities and regions told us that they had financial incentives like community improvement plans, like tax increment-based grants. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. People told us that some municipalities and regions had really aspirational policies with innovative and strategic policies in place to guide that kind of a development. They said that they had implementation tools like developers agreements, cost sharing, and they also said that they had tools where they did expedite development, and they had very broad-based engagement strategies. So I want to end the conversation by reminding everybody in the room that everybody in this room knows what a livable community is. So we have to, through all of our circles of friends, make it way less complicated. That there are many tools that are already in place in this region and in these municipalities. There's lots and lots of very talented staff here. You've got all the raw ingredients for great success. You've got great models of successful development right now. For me, a really important message is to remember that public opinion is not always in the best public interest, and that's where everybody in the room has to remind everybody what's in the best public interest. So I believe there is a lot of political will in this region to do it right and to show and demonstrate to the rest of Ontario how you can do it with great, great success. Thank you.
No? Donna, please take a seat, and thank you so much for sharing your expertise. I see people moving in the room. Rashmi Biswas is our moderator for this next panel. Rashmi is the Executive Vice President, Lake and Associates. So please join me on the podium. Also, thank you so kindly. And our panelists, please allow me to introduce each of our panelists. Dan DeGazio, Director of Economic Development for the City of Welland. Lori Beach, Executive Director of Bethlehem Housing and Support Services. Cheryl Stone, Manager of Stakeholder Relationships and Partnerships, Greater Toronto Airports Authority. And Glenn Walker, Executive Director, Positive Living Niagara. Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to hearing from you until 12:20, just prior to our Meridian-sponsored lunch.
Thank you, Suzanne, and good afternoon almost. Lovely to see so many people here, and thank you, Donna, for a really terrific talk. And I think lots of reasons to be optimistic and energized and focused on some of the great work that is going on in Niagara around livable communities. But I think we're also aware that perhaps there is always more that can be done. In particular, when we think about the growth that's coming, that's been talked quite extensively this morning, well, are we prepared for that? Are we actually prepared for some of the growth that we can anticipate? And I'm really happy to have such a diverse panel with all kinds of varied expertise. And I want to make sure that everybody gets a good chance to have their input. So I actually would like to start with Laurie, if I may. And Laurie, Donna gave us a really good definition of livable communities. She talked about the built environment, green infrastructure, mobility, the natural environment, and also the local economy. From your perspective, Laurie, how would you define a livable community?
I quite liked Donna's description. It was beautiful. Those are my dreams. But my dream also then includes the folks that I advocate on behalf of, and that is the folks of the lower income of our population, or the economically diverse population that requires more affordability, but also we represent the vulnerable folks in our community. And so my dream is to see those kinds of integrated, mixed-use, livable communities that are welcoming and inclusive of the vulnerable people in our society, and also those who are more economically challenged. But I will also point out, though, or remind you what has been pointed out today is that our median income is not exactly on the high side.
Right.
And so that's all part of affordability, and it doesn't mean that when we're talking about affordability, it means just the most vulnerable and just the very low income. So I just wanted to put those
So
things
do
out.
we tend to misuse those terms when we're talking about livable communities and affordable housing?
Absolutely. Well, I think so. Because I believe that there is that misconception that, well, and because affordable housing is a very, very hot topic right now. And affordable housing, there's a basic definition that it is no one or no household should be paying more than 30% of their household income on housing, on their shelter. And so again, when we look at those median incomes, you do the math and what that looks like, and where we are right now with our housing and the cost of the housing, it doesn't align. So we are not just talking about, when we talk about affordable, that we are talking about the poor folks or the poor or vulnerable or
Vulnerable
lower income.
populations,
Yes. So
yeah.
I really want to emphasize that point, that that's not, it's not just about that. But then we also have to be, again, welcoming and include the most vulnerable in our society within those beautiful, livable communities, because that's where they will thrive.
So let me open this up to the panel. Thank you for that, Laurie. When we're designing urban spaces, whose needs are we prioritizing typically?
I'll
Donna,
start.
thank you.
I'll start. I mean, absolutely, it starts with the people that are most vocal, and I'm sure everybody has been involved in exercises where the most vocal people turn out. And so as planners and designers, we have to work really hard to make sure that we are listening to people that aren't in the room, that aren't at the table, and figure out how to be reflecting their interests and concerns, because it's way too easy to be just have all your time consumed by the very often loud and vocal minority in the situations of planning much broader urban areas.
Glenn, please.
I think certainly, I echo that point. There's so many people who are living sort of in poverty, who are really being forced into living in poverty at this point because of increasing rents, because of the increased housing costs that we've got. And certainly, I think we really need to plan and think about those vulnerable people. So many of the folks that we support don't think they have a voice. They don't even want to. We can't necessarily engage them in a lot of social activities because they feel so marginalized. And there's such a stigma against people who are living in poverty or those sorts of things that they feel that nobody's supporting them or speaks on their behalf. I think it's really important for us to build that into our planning.
So when we talk about mixed use, and I think Donnie gave us some good examples of mixed use, and there was just a piece in the Globe and Mail early this week talking about how Toronto is in fact a bit of a leading voice globally around mixed use. And we talk about creating mixed use in terms of where you might live and work and play and and that could impact all of us, and we're not kind of marginalizing groups or creating gaps or creating vulnerability within our communities. Is that something that you think Niagara residents might be willing to entertain? Are we willing to live and work next door to those two activities? Or would we get into this kind of not in my backyard sort of perspective where it's happy for that to happen, but not really on my own doorstep?
Oh, I can answer that one.
Please do.
Because we experience that all the time. And so not in my backyard should be, we need to flip that to yes in my backyard, because I welcome all members of society in my community, in my neighborhood. And I believe that we can do that. And I hope there are lots of politicians left in the room, because it does start there too. And I'll just respectfully admonish some of them a little bit, because I've seen over the last few months, last 6 months, or even within the last year, good housing projects that have been turned down or sent back by council. And these are good housing projects within urban centers that are being turned down. And I certainly won't name names or where that's taking place, but it is happening because the councilors' constituents are saying, no, not in my backyard. No, those people can live somewhere else, and that just has to change.
So if we all believe in yes,
Absolutely.
So if we all believe in livable communities, then it's incumbent upon all of us to speak up. Cheryl, you've certainly got experience in dealing with different stakeholders.
Yes.
So maybe you'd like to comment?
In particular on the concerns of impacts of transportation infrastructure on the communities that surround it. One of the things that we've really found is you need to be an honest participant in conversations with communities. We all recognize that transportation infrastructure has an impact on our surroundings, but the awareness and communication and engagement with our local stakeholders and neighboring communities is key to bringing them along, not just talking about the economic, but also the social benefits of transportation infrastructure that they provide to the communities.
And what's the best forum for doing that, in your experience?
It's actually a number of different forums. It's constant, regular conversations. there are best practices around the world. I won't speak for many of the others, but airports, in particular at Toronto Pearson, we host regular public forums. We engage locally with community organizations. We also have community investment programs so that we can show we're being, an active member of our community and trying to help the neighborhoods that we understand are impacted by our operations.
Thank you. And Dan, if I could ask you from a business perspective, is business being heard when it comes to some of the planning decisions that are taking place?
I think in our community in the last number of years, we've been very cognizant of the business, but we also been very cognizant of people as well, taking into consideration where we're trying to locate our industrial parks, where we're trying to locate residential development, where we're trying to locate our busing is very, very flexible, and we're allowed to adjust routes to wherever our industry's going. We've been trying to keep the industry to the outside of the city and keep the residential inside the city. We're also very cognizant of the fact that the land use is getting crucial. At one time, our lots were 60-foot lots. We were very happy with that. We've been seeing that minimized down to, as lately, our last subdivision of 25-foot lots. But we're also doing intensification. We're going up now. We're realizing that. That's important to us. Our downtown is an area, again, live, work, and play. We're trying to promote that. And our most recent development along our canal, which is a big bonus to us, is an adult kind of lifestyle center. We're joining. We've got a Rexall. We've got corner stores. We've got a hospital, medical clinics. It's next to our former senior center, which is now our wellness center. But that building will join with our wellness center. That's almost like a public-private partnership. So we're going to utilize the canal and utilize that type of lifestyle. So everybody is entitled to it. It's a very diverse area. So we're looking forward to that. It's a start for us on a canal. And our downtown area is a big part of us bringing that health and wellness together. The bicycle paths are a big part of our city now. The canal, again, we're spending a lot of money in a canal in the next couple of years. We're listening to the people, we're listening to the businesses, and we've been very successful in attracting the businesses, so they must be happy.
Thank you. And Donna certainly mentioned the importance of the green environment and in introducing and including sort of the natural environment. Is it fair to say that a livable community is by default sustainable, or are they not necessarily interchangeable? Donna, maybe I could ask you.
They can be. It depends on how they're designed, but not often, the principles for sustainable design are exactly the same as livable communities. Planners, again, do a really good job of trying to make it way too complex, but they're all the same. So same building blocks to make them sustainable/livable.
So there's an opportunity then to kind of combine kind of our perhaps awareness around sustainability and environmental issues with livable housing, maybe including perhaps vulnerable populations, if we have that kind of conscience to look at these things more holistically than perhaps as separated issues. Laurie, did you want to comment?
For sure. Well, again, folks who are of the vulnerable group or lower income group, again, they can thrive in this concept of livable communities, because those are all the things that they need to around them in terms of access to their a workplace or a job, or just access to social services, health services, recreation, access to the grocery store, a pharmacy within walking distance, and of course, most importantly, access to transportation hubs and connectors where they can then connect to the wider community or other communities within a municipality.
Yeah, I think access is, go ahead, Donna.
I was just going to say, and we had this conversation before, and I think just generally in terms of changing the conversation around the fear of lower income, and we think everybody in this room, when we started out, we were living with a lower income, and our adult kids are probably now living with a lower income if they've just come out of university or trying to make their way or building a business, and there seems to be so much stigma as soon as you say that one phrase. And for me, when I said the single biggest tool we have in our chest that we could do tomorrow is a much broader based education program of what livable communities are, being inclusive to all. And when you think back to 20 years ago when none of us recycled, and the huge campaign that was initiated with what we do with bottles and paper and tissue and every component of recycling, and now everybody recycles, but it wouldn't have happened without a really broad public education campaign. That's what I think is missing with Livable Communities.
Thank you for that. And Glenn, maybe I could ask you to jump in. I know you've done some work with the living wage.
Yes, well, certainly, I think that's the key, is really looking at, how can people kind of regain their lives in many ways. We talk to people who, are living in poverty, have substance abuse issues, and no one ever woke up and said, I want to live in poverty. Oh, I'm going to be a substance user. Something's happened, something's changed in their life, and I think if we go back to our keynote, somebody stopped on the street to get a pen. A lot of the people we support, there was nobody with the pen, and they went the other direction. And I think it's incumbent on us to really think, how can we help create communities that will offer opportunities for these people to get that step up, and how can local business be there so that local job is there for them to get into, and how can we create employment opportunities for those disenfranchised people to really sort of get back into the workforce? How can we get peers working and increase all sorts of different part-time opportunities for folks to really get them back into that workforce, and again, use that valuable human resource that we're all talking about, leveraging here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's by design, isn't it, that we're having conversations about skilled workforce this morning, and then we're having conversations about livable communities. And I think GNCC put a tweet out earlier this morning saying, without a skilled workforce, we won't be able to build livable communities. And then I'm also thinking it's hard to think about your education and your career if you're worried about where you're going to live. So there's these kind of really connected sort of components around our economic and our psychological safety and our practical responses to work and where we live and where we kind of function. Dan, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of this for the last number of years, and I find it very interesting. It's almost like going back to the future. Because if you go back, when I grew up 20 years ago, you look at Welland, and I'll use Welland as an example because that's my best
And he's
example.
promoting with
got the
Welland with his
socks.
socks.
I know. Yes.
I'm not advertising too much, but if you want a pair of Welland socks, they're $10.95. If you go back to the past, in Welland in particular, we had Union Carbide and Stelco and John Deere and the cotton mill and different. Our community was derived by, I guess, people from Europe. People, no matter where it was from, you were in Welland. The housing back then was built around the facility. If you look at the Union, or the Wabasso, as we affectionately call it, the Coton, when we were growing up, every kid in Welland worked there, where you were threatened to work there if you didn't go to school. But if you look at that neighborhood, it was created by the people who worked at the cotton mill, the Wabasso. If you look at the south side of the city, Stelco and Union Carbide, the people who lived in that area worked at that facility because it was walkable, it was livable. You had the corner butcher, you had the corner grocery store, so everything that happened in the past is coming back to fruition. But also going back to where you talk about education, and this is something I had a discussion yesterday with the school board. We, going back a number of years, in high school, every school had the tech wing, had the business wing. Today, we've gotten away from that. So we are lacking skills trades. And every business I get contacted on a continuous basis, we don't have students, we don't have the skilled trades, we don't have the workforce. And we are always enforcing upon our industries to work with our college. Our college is our best asset in our city. Use our college. Dan Patterson's probably been our best friend over the last 20 years with our city, and he's coming to meetings to encourage the students to get involved in skilled trades. I think we have to start training our kids again. It's got to start coming from the public school level. Our school system has to be involved. We have a facility in Welland called the Launch Center. It's an absolutely phenomenal center where we're training kids. I've been contacted by at least 3 companies that say, look, we'll sponsor the kids. You get them into that Launch Center, we'll sponsor them, we'll give them a job every summer. We'll create our own skilled trades. This is something I think we have to get back to. let's
Yeah,
get back to what
you're
happened in
absolutely
the
right.
past.
These are multiple sort of faceted components when we look at livable communities. And I want to just go back to something that Laurie was saying about the access piece. And Cheryl, if I can ask you to come in on this and talk about the transit piece, because transit plays this hugely significant role in terms of improving the quality of people's lives and the everyday lives. And we've got opportunities now with GO and VIA and, of course, the regional airport. So from your perspective, Cheryl, what are some of the lessons that we can learn?
I just want to start by saying I think it's really important, and kudos to this region for thinking about the value of their regional airport within the context of a livable community. Oftentimes, airports are left out of that conversation because we tend to be a little further away from the mix. And it's one of the reasons that a group of Southern Ontario airports, many of the commercially most significant airports, came together a number of years ago to talk about and have these growth-oriented, future-looking conversations and prioritize ground connectivity between airports and between communities, because we know that people aren't necessarily living the way they used to, as my colleague on the panel was mentioning. You know, you don't necessarily see people living where they work within a 5-minute drive. People coming from the Greater Toronto area, I have colleagues who live in Barrie and Waterloo and in Grimsby who drive to the GTA every day, and that's anywhere between an hour to 2 hours every day. And if we are doing that to our employees, think about all of the lost opportunities. We have to move people by transit connectivity. You know, airports are not places that people go. They're never your final destination. You're trying to get to the great tourist attractions in Niagara region, or the great universities and colleges our province has, or it's businesses trying to find places to locate. And well, if 400 series highways used to be freeways, now as the population has grown, and you see that Niagara region is going to grow significantly over the next little while, those highways are becoming more local roads. And some best practices that we've found over the last little while, you know, airports across this country have been grappling with this issue of connectivity. Pearson has a number of connections, including UP. Vancouver Airport has transit connectivity. But it's really, the important thing is defining the role that your airport plays within your region. You know, airports are competitive advantages, and what strategic role it can play in helping drive your economy, and then including them in that conversation about transit connectivity and that long-term transportation asset planning.
And in Niagara, then, we have the growth coming exponentially. Are we ready for that growth from a housing perspective? Because we currently have an affordable housing problem. Laurie?
No, we're not. Again, listening to some of the other speakers today and looking at things like our educational institutions, and I congratulate them for all the great work that they've done in expanding their programs, and Brock University thinking about housing and building residential. We don't include, and I know we didn't always think about housing when we were expanding our educational institutions. And we are, you know, if you're going to increase your student population and bring thousands of students into this community every year, you better darn think about housing, because what is happening is, again, it's not right. It's not good, and you've all perhaps seen and read the articles recently, and again, I don't mean any disrespect to anyone or any of our educational institutions, but we didn't plan well, and we have students living in conditions that are deplorable, and so shame on us, the royal we, for not planning well. And again, I don't mean any disrespect to anyone, but I just think we're not used to thinking about that.
Right.
So when we, you know, and we do need our students to come from all over to benefit our community and stay and live here. But if we don't serve them well and provide these basic needs such as housing while they're here, why would they want to stay here if we're not taking care of them well while they're here, while we're hosting them? So I'm just saying, when we're planning about education institution or growth or industry growth or business growth, I've talked to other even manufacturing companies in the smaller municipalities that said, how do I keep our employees living in this community because there's nowhere for them to live? Well, again, we're not thinking about housing, and housing is incredibly important. We're seeing the impacts of that. We're seeing the impact. Communities and municipalities are in an uproar because we are seeing the impact of not planning well for housing. And again, those of the lower income group. So it's.
I just want to bring Glenn in, if I may.
Yeah,
Thank you for
well,
a
Glenn
minute.
can speak to this
Because
even
Glenn, you've
more.
seen some challenging scale also.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the issue just around student housing, it not only has created issues for students, but also it's pushed a lot of people out of that local people out of that market. Absolutely. They can't get a housing because they're being rented out to students. So, clearly a great strategy with the universities creating space is going to hopefully free up some inventory. I think the other piece that we've seen some really interesting housing strategy work being done in the region. I think part of the challenge when you have 12 municipalities is, are they all working together? Does each municipality have a plan to develop a housing strategy? And are those housing strategies going to be linked? And I think that's really imperative as we move forward, that each municipality make that commitment to develop a plan and then to work collaboratively to integrate those plans. So you don't end up with that one-upsmanship. Oh, well, we're going to do this over here, and it's easier to get housing approvals over here versus over here. But can we go in lockstep together and say, we want an integrated plan for the Niagara region?
And we heard that theme earlier, didn't we, around collaboration and cooperation and commitment. Cheryl and Dan, perhaps you can both jump in on this. How far out should we be looking? How far ahead should we be planning? Cheryl?
Well, I can talk from a transportation perspective and an airport perspective. We look out 20, 30 years in terms of forecasts. And when we develop strategic plans, that's the timeline. So 10, 15, 20 years as we look at integrated planning and the role that all of the assets of the region have in the direction, 10, 15, 20 years would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Dan?
Yes, I agree. I think we've been looking at approximately 20 years out right now. We weren't ready 5 years ago. I think, and I'm not just talking I'm talking Niagara region, every community. We didn't see this happening. So we were reactive as opposed to being progressive. In the last number of years, we've been getting progressive as opposed to reactive. So now we're planning for the next 15 to 20 years, whether it be commercial, industrial, residential. But we're looking at the next 20 years. What are we looking at? What do we need? What do we think is going to happen? But we're looking at 20 years old, but we're adjusting every 5 years. At least we're going back to review it to see if we're right or wrong or indifferent, or things are changing. Patterns can change. Personally, I think it's going to get we're going to get even more indeed in the next 10 years. I think more people are coming this way. And our best promotion is the people that are living here that are coming from outside, because that's what's pushing more people coming this way.
And that's kind of the inherent leadership challenge, isn't it? Satisfying the needs, immediate needs today, while also being able to plan 20, 30 years ahead. Laurie?
I just wanted to add, and Donna could maybe speak to this as well, but thinking about how much time do we need, or how far out do we need to plan? I think the time is now to really start thinking about this. And one of the things that I was reading about was, and we've heard today the word smart. That's a new trendy word right now, smart communities, smart growth, and smart government, like that one. The smart growth, I read about something called smart growth zoning. And so that means that if we are going to look at these wonderful livable community concepts to change the conversation, and particularly around housing, then we need to be smart. And smart growth zoning means that you you create legislation and rules around that you must include a certain percentage of how any new housing development as affordable.
Right.
And within and mixed use and mixed income levels within a housing development or a subdivision or a community that's building housing. So it's a new term, but it's a legislation. So I think those are
Thank
things
you.
that we can include in our planning.
We actually have an audience question, so thank you for that. The question is, are we allowing development to outpace traffic and transportation infrastructure? Cheryl?
The challenge for me will be the local context. I think one of the things that we've done, as I mentioned earlier, as a Southern Ontario Airport Network, is really bring a group of airports together. And this year there was the creation of the Southern Ontario Municipal Aerospace Council, which is mayors and chairs of zone airports, to talk about that future growth and what the future looks like and how we can be strategic in supporting that and make sure that the transportation infrastructure, airports, as well as the ground connectivity piece is protected for and advanced and promoted, because if the region can't move, there's no growth. The 401 the 400 series highways are congested to a point of critical mass, and if people can't get where they need to go, the economy's going to stall, and we don't want to see that. So how we as a group of airports are thinking in the future, and I know that communities like Welland and Niagara are also doing the same thing. So those exercises need to really come together in the theme that we keep hearing today of partnership, collaboration, and strategic planning.
Thank you. Donna, please.
You guys are lucky to have the GO train service, and there are many stations along the GO train service in Grimsby, where the service will open start in a while, that development isn't outpacing it. I think development is lagging behind. Because it takes so long to get things approved, the time is now. As Reno Mustachi, your Commissioner of Development Planning, says, the wave is here. So it's incumbent on everybody in the room to do whatever you can to help facilitate the development, the planning and development approvals of development around specifically those nodes where the transit infrastructure is in place or is planned. So I don't think it's out. From my perspective, no, I think there's lots of capacity for growth.
Do you feel that the trends that are happening in urban design are promoting more inclusivity? Are you optimistic about how that's working?
I think all the time, I'm going to say probably 100% of the projects, it always starts out as the fundamental principle: make sure your plan and designs are inclusive. And then as you go along the process, and we think, okay, I know what that means, inclusive for all spectrums of income levels, demographics. But you go along the process, and all of a sudden, people, the public, say, well, we didn't think it meant that, or we didn't think it meant that, or we didn't think it meant him or her or that person or that demographic or that person. So that's where it's challenging. That's where, again, the public education is so important, so that people understand why it's imperative to be inclusive, why it can't even be a conversation anymore.
Right.
Otherwise, you're making a list. Make a list of all the people you think should not be included, and then we have to figure out what you could possibly do with that.
Thank you. Glenn?
Yeah, I'd like just to point to a real-life example of, we talk about developing these plans, but there are communities where people who are living in poverty, disenfranchised people are living in. I'm part of the Queenston Community Roundtable, and that has some of the most challenging people that we always hear community complaints about in our community. And when the people within that community get together, I am just astounded at how accepting they are of everybody who's living in their community. Sure, there's ups and downs, but they're at least acknowledging, yeah, we've got a broad range of people. They all have different needs. How can we better understand each other? And I'm seeing a change in that culture of not in my backyard. They're sort of having to live that those people are in their backyard. But the response has been absolutely amazing. And I think everybody in Niagara needs to kind of look at how do we encourage that kind of community development in all of the different pockets around this region to create that culture of acceptance when you do talk about developing these plans.
We only have about a minute left, so I just want to give everybody an opportunity to make one final comment. Chair Bradley said this morning that we really should be asking the question, how do we build a Niagara that serves everyone? So just one action. What would you like to see? Something you'd like to see take place? Laurie, may I start with you, please?
Oh, okay. We didn't talk about density, I don't think, but density is an important feature when in development, because you don't, all those woolly arms that were around the municipalities, we want to keep those. So that's not where we want to develop. So the only way we can go is up, and so we have to, again, and that those things tend to lead into the NIMBYism piece. So I think, again, asking politicians and councillors to help, and this takes courage, to educate your constituents about density and integrated communities, inclusive communities, and welcoming communities.
Thank you. Dan, what about you? A Niagara that serves everyone.
I think the biggest thing we need to start looking at is common sense. I think that's the thing that's lacking. Common sense, and from a political standpoint, I could say this because I was a politician one time. Stop voting for next elections. Vote for what we need today. So you vote with your head, not with your heart. Don't worry about the next election. You're going to get reelected if you did a good job. So let's look at what we need and use the common sense that we need to go ahead to put things together.
Perhaps, as Donna said, we might overcomplicate it sometimes, perhaps. Yeah, thank you. Glenn?
Well, you know, with the fact we've got so many people, you know, street involved with mental health issues on the streets, one of the things that we're not doing terribly effectively is planning for the fact that people will be homeless, that people will be having chronic mental health issues, will be on the street. How do we effectively interact with them? And let's plan for them. Let's not just sort of plan for everything else and then go, oh, this is a byproduct, we don't know what to do. But let's plan for those people as well.
Thank you. Cheryl, any advice?
Yeah, I think continuing to have these kinds of conversations that are forward-looking, future-looking, take into consideration all of the assets that the region has and the direction that the region wants to go.
Thank you. Donna, the last word.
I would say don't be fearful. Just get out there and see what's happening in other GTA municipalities. Go to Oakville, go to Port Credit, go to wherever. Just look at things through a different lens now, why they are successful, what's making them successful.
Great. And thank you to our panelists for helping us look at this through a different lens. Much appreciated.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Wow, these guys are on fire. You must be hungry. Please make your way toward Mishka over here to collect your present. And thank you so much for everything that you've offered to us today. We're looking forward to hearing the rest of the story this afternoon. So thank you very much for a riveting panel.
Thank you very much. Well done.
So we just have a couple of things before lunch. If you have a dietary restriction, you should have a card that's in your name tag, and make sure that your server is aware of that. We're trending fourth. We're not trending fourth. We're trending first on Twitter, 4th year in a row. And Meridian, 100% owned by its member organization credit union, is sponsoring our lunch. Please enjoy, and we'll see you at 1:05. Thank you so much. A rowdy crowd. Rowdy, rowdy crowd. Not even Friday night yet. Seriously. Thank you very much to the bell ringer. I appreciate that. I love having my own podium, by the way. I hope everybody's noticed. I'm hoping I can take it home. Quite like it. I could get a lot done on my street with this podium. I hope you're feeling very refreshed. I just want you to take 1 minute and turn to the person on your right and tell them how glad you are that they're here with you today. Just do that. Okay, enough rowdiness. Back to work. Didn't take that long. I thought it'd be fun to have a little exercise. John, you don't have anybody, again. I hope you're feeling refreshed and ready for an informative afternoon. Focus Management Group is a longtime member of the GNCC and one of our sponsors for today's event. They are a strategy execution specialist group who have helped many of our members build a competitive advantage that is very hard to copy. Here's a short video from Focus. Please turn your attention.
Harvard Business Review has reported that business leaders rank strategy execution as their #1 challenge. 75% struggle with the implementation of their strategies, up from 60% in 2008. This growing strategy execution gap goes a long way to explaining the increasing frustration of business leaders and their teams. Frustration from knowing that your organization is capable of performing better than it is. Frustration from knowing that you have a solid strategy, but things just aren't getting done. You're not getting the results you need. Unleashing your organization's potential is like climbing a mountain. The task seems daunting, but it's not impossible. Focus Management has helped hundreds of business leaders and their teams throughout Canada and the United States make it happen. Focus Management drives critical, impactful conversations. We are a stay-with-you resource that increases your competitive advantage in a hard-to-copy way. We're in the business of making your organization great at strategy execution, better than your competition. Our complimentary Strategy Execution Roundtable is the first step to reduce your execution frustration. You and your team will discover the blockages that stand in the way of great execution in your business. Together, we will create an action plan to close the gap so that you're prepared for the challenges you'll face before beginning your climb. Book your complimentary Strategy Execution Roundtable today.
Thank you so much. And if you're interested in booking such a session, there's a tent card on your table, and the team would be delighted if you contacted them. Or after the event, you can meet them in the lobby and speak to them today. I would now like to welcome Jeff Chesbrough, CEO of Niagara, Innovate Niagara, to the stage. CEO of Niagara, Innovate Niagara. Very good. And he will give you a great power talk.
Oh, Brock's giving a power talk. I'm doing the
Seriously?
Yeah, 0 for 2. I can do it if you want. I'm now the CEO of Niagara as well. I don't know. That's scary. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Jeff Chesbrough from Innovate. We're a sponsor and one of the partners with the Chamber of Commerce, Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. We're a regional innovation center in Niagara and work with early stage companies to help them grow and thrive. So proud to be in this room today with so many entrepreneurs. So I'd like to bring up Brock Dickinson. He is going to do the power talk today. Brock is Assistant Director of Economic Development Program at the University of Waterloo. Has worked in local economic development for 25 years. He is currently an entrepreneur in residence and adjunct professor in the University of Waterloo, and he also is actually an executive in residence at Innovate Niagara. He was previously CEO of MDB Insight, Canada's largest specialist economic development consultancy, where he worked with hundreds of companies across North America. And previous to that, he's had tons of provincial and municipal economic development experience in Ontario and Nova Scotia. So please help me in welcoming Brock Dickinson to the stage.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate the kind words. I wanted to start by acknowledging that I am on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples, and that we're here because we share that land through the Dish with One Spoon Wampum. I wanted to talk about a few things today. I mean, the sort of the key idea that I've been asked to think about is the notion of game changers. How are we rewriting the rules to the game that we're somehow supposed to be a part of? And I think what we're trying to do through this next panel is to kind of look forward over the course of the next year, the next few years, the next decade, to sort of say, what's going on in the private sector? How do we actually figure out where the opportunities are emerging and where the danger spots are? And I wanted to do that in part today through the filter of artificial intelligence. There's a lot of things that we could have used as the way of sort of tackling this question. I could have talked about climate change or other far-reaching issues, but I thought that AI in particular was an interesting topic to do this with, in part because I've been doing a little bit of work in this space lately. A couple of weeks ago, I was asked to give the keynote at the annual conference of the Society for Canadian Content and Speculative Arts and Literature, which basically is the science fiction writers of Canada. So I had to kind of figure out, well, what do science fiction writers need to know about AI? And there is a little bit of a sense that as we think about some of these emerging technologies that we're wrestling with, that they can be a little disconcerting, right? they're a little frightening in some ways as we think about the rapid pace of change, the way that technology is accelerating so many issues and ideas as they come to the marketplace. And science fiction writers have been able to capitalize in that. In part, today we know there's a new Terminator movie being released, right? And the Terminator movies are about the way in which artificial intelligence, through an evil AI system called Skynet, has attempted to kind of take control of the way the world works. And so there's this sort of element of something a little frightening about technologies as they emerge. And we can certainly see a lot of that in the way that we start to talk about the impacts of AI in the commercial space, AI in industry, AI in the companies that we work with. And we see the headlines out there. It's time for workers to start to worry. 1 in 8 jobs in Asia could be eliminated within the next 5 years. 30 million US workers displaced by AI. 1 in 4 jobs in Wisconsin. And Kai-Feng Lee, who's a former Google executive and venture capitalist, has sort of put the finest point on this, saying that within the next 15 years, 40% of all jobs will be destroyed by AI. Think about that for a moment. 40% of all jobs. That's a pretty fundamental impact. And it's a little frightening to start to think about what that actually means on a day-to-day basis. What is that actually telling us about the way the economy is going? We know that increasingly industry will draw more and more on artificial intelligence as a key tool in business development and in business growth. And I suspect that one of the places that's really going to start to take hold is here in Canada. That we may be faster adopters of AI in some ways than many other jurisdictions, in part because of an issue that Trevin Stratton talked about this morning, the fact that Canada has lagged much of the rest of the world in productivity growth for decades. So we can see a chart on the screen here. This actually comes from a report published yesterday by the University of Toronto. I'm doing my best to stay up to date on some of these things. But it talks about relative rankings of OECD countries in terms of productivity growth. We can see that Canada has not done well in this space historically. So part of what we might expect is that companies that are struggling to increase productivity are going to move more rapidly to emerging tools like AI, which are meant to bridge that positivity gap. And in fact, Forbes and others that are out there sort of suggest that the vast majority of companies are already making plans about how they'll incorporate AI into their business on a day-to-day basis. 84% of CEOs, for example, suggesting that the use of AI is going to give their company a fundamental competitive advantage over their competitors. We can also see that the spending in this space and the size of the market is increasing pretty dramatically. This chart shows just the growth of one slice of the AI market, and it's suggesting that from about $2.5 billion in revenues this year, we're going to exceed $30 billion in revenue within 6 years. To go from 2.5 to 30 billion plus in just that space of a few short years. So there is this sense that AI has become a game changer. It's rewriting the rules of what's going on around us. And in part, that's because it plays a really interesting role at the confluence of a whole series of emerging technologies. Those of you who have heard me talk other places know I love to go on about the Internet of Things and autonomous vehicles and the rise of drone technologies, the emergence of big data. AI is kind of different than those things in the sense that it becomes the tool that links all of those emerging technologies together. So that rather than simply thinking, for example, about self-driving cars, we have to start to think about self-driving cars that are self-aware. As we think about the implications of all of these technologies together, every machine on the planet begins to talk to every other machine on the planet. That the toaster on our kitchen counter speaks to the assembly line at General Motors, or at least it has the potential to do that. And as these technologies merge, AI leads to a growing role for robotics, for automation, and for a series of tools that are fundamentally reshaping the workplace. Now, one of the challenges that we have is that this change is taking place so quickly that a lot of our leaders are not fully embracing the questions that need to be asked. They haven't come up to speed on the kinds of challenges we're going to be facing. We've just come through a national election here in Canada where none of the key party leaders talked about this issue in any depth. And if we look south of the border, we've got a vast array of candidates seeking a Democratic nomination to run against a Republican candidate. Even the Republican candidate has a few other Republicans that are sort of eyeing the spot. Of all of these candidates for national leadership across North America, there's really only one that has actually started to talk about the impact of automation and how we start to prepare for that. That's Andrew Yang, who's seeking the Democratic nomination, and at this stage who doesn't look like he's likely to get it. So here we have this massive change, this massive shift in our economic system, and a failure to engage with it at a level that allows us to kind of look for solutions and pathways that may lead us forward. And I think one of the dangers in this space where we sort of fail to have the important discussion about what AI is doing is that we sometimes come up with simplistic answers or responses to what's happening. Well, yes, AI is going to eliminate a lot of jobs, but it's going to create a lot of jobs at the same time, right? So we shouldn't panic. There's a lot of thought that's gone into this sort of notion that, well, job creation, job loss, it's all going to kind of even out in the end. And I think that sometimes that kind of misses out on some of the specific issues that we need to be thinking about and need to be concerned about. So Paul Doherty and James Wilson are two senior executives with McKinsey, the global consulting firm. They wrote a book a few months ago published by Harvard Business School called Human Plus Machine, Reimagining Work in the Age of AI. And I wanted to give just a couple of examples of how even those that are kind of actively thinking about this space are not necessarily reaching the most helpful of conclusions. So one of the things they talked about in this book, Rio Tinto, the global mining conglomerate, is using AI to manage its vast fleet of machinery from a central control facility. This has freed human operators from working in dangerous mining conditions. Isn't that wonderful? Well, not if you're a miner, right? This is great. We're going to free people from the need to actually work and get paid. They say, well, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe there's opportunities for us to kind of work more collaboratively in integrated human and AI environments. The simple truth is that companies can achieve boosts in performance by thinking about where humans and machines differ in their skill sets. So humans, for example, can easily fold a towel, which is devilishly tricky for machines, they say. What's easy for machines, like spotting hidden patterns in huge data sets, for instance, can be extremely difficult for us to do. Well, that's great. I'm looking forward to my career in folding towels, right? There's this sense that this is, they're trying to spin this as the good news story, that we know how to do something machines don't. But there's a sense that this is kind of leading in some scary directions. And as we start to think about the implications of the rise of these technologies in different industries, we can see some really scary stuff on the horizon. One large global bank, they suggest, implemented a full suite of tools for anti-money laundering detection. They're looking at connections between account holders to see who might be involved in money laundering activities. And if there's a closeness of a business relationship between two of the bank's customers, it helps to determine the likelihood that if one of them is involved in illicit activity, then the other might be involved as well. Now, we used to call this guilt by association. There's a sense that if you know somebody who's laundering money, you might be a money launderer. The computer's going to draw that connection. The AI is going to suggest that we need to red flag your accounts as a way of kind of understanding what role you may really be playing. So in a sense, I think that as we've tried to struggle with where we go in this space, the solutions we've come up with so far, the ideas that are emerging so far are not always the most helpful. And yet the emergence of these technologies has fundamental impacts on the communities we live and work in. One of the many hats that I wear is as an advisor to the city of Moncton in New Brunswick on the development of their industrial lands. One of the big successes that's happened there in recent months is the building of a new PPG architectural coatings facility, 73,000 square foot industrial facility in one of Moncton's industrial parks. Fascinating facility, multinational firm making a huge investment. As I say, 73,000 square feet. That facility employs 6 people. This is one of the dangers that we have, that as we rush into investment and industry and sort of economic activity in this brave new world, that sometimes the worker is what gets left behind. And as we think about where we want to go on the economic development front, we used to sort of say, well, we can have economic development that increases tax revenues for local government, that increases the size of the local economy, that creates jobs. Now these things are increasingly separated. It's possible to imagine that we could have substantial investments, very large facilities coming into our community that have no job creation impacts whatsoever. And as communities, we struggle to find ways to wrestle with this. One of the key thinkers in this space is a Harvard economist by the name of Robert Freeman, who wrote an article in 2015, Richard Freeman, 2015, called "Who Owns Robots Rules the World." Now, I think there's a couple of things you can say about being a Harvard economist who writes world-famous articles. Apparently, you still get to wear your hat indoors when you do that. But you get to give presentations on really interesting topics. And this is one of the key outcomes of the research that he did, was to sort of try to understand who benefits from this shift to AI. Point number 3 on his own PowerPoint slide here says, if you own a robot that does your job, it's a tool that improves your work and your income. But if I own the robot that does your job, tough luck, sucker. I love the way academics talk, right? And his conclusion in this article is, who owns the robots rules the world. So this raises really interesting questions for communities. Who owns the robots? If we're moving to an era where AI and robotics and automation dominate many of our industries, who is it that owns the robots? And I think we have to kind of consider a range of potential options as we look at this. The rules of the economic game are shifting, and so we need to start to experiment with new ideas about how we manage these systems. One of those new ideas that emerged in recent years is the notion of guaranteed minimum incomes. We started an experiment here in the province of Ontario to look at it. Andrew Yang, the one sort of national leadership candidate who's talking about these issues, has talked about guaranteed minimum incomes. We decided to experiment with this. But we now have a provincial government that said, we don't like that idea, it's pretty controversial, we're going to get rid of that one. So no more guaranteed minimum income experiments. And it leaves us with the question of, well, if we're not looking in some of these interesting directions, then who is it that owns the robots? Who rules the world? Well, apparently people like Mark Zuckerberg now rule the world, right? That we're creating an economy where those with the most entrenched interests in this emerging tech sector are the ones that own the robots. And if we trust Freeman's word on how that impacts the economy, they're the ones who are going to make up the rules moving forward. That doesn't leave a lot of space for communities like Niagara. So how do we start to say, let's gain more control, let's take more control of this, let's find out how to make this work better for our community and our region. We don't want some sort of robotic overlord in California telling us how the economy works. We want to take some ownership of this space. And so we need to start to experiment with new models of robot ownerships. If workers are going to be displaced by these robots, perhaps in the future, unions could own robots. Perhaps in the future, communities themselves could own robots. And the benefits of that ownership accrues to the people who are in those unions or in those communities. Think about the way the Teachers' Pension Fund, for example, can buy world-famous sports teams, right? If we pool resources, there may be an opportunity for communities to gain more control over these spaces. Maybe we'll actually start to see the emergence of guilds and associations that can join together to own robots. This is what we've seen in the maker space, the 3D printing additive manufacturing space, where maker communities come together to acquire the tools of productions. Maybe this is something that we can experiment going forward with. But I think one of the keys is that whatever the potential solutions are, we have to try them all. There's no guaranteed avenue to success and to a strong local economy or a strong local business base in any of the approaches that are being talked about today. We simply don't know because we haven't tried any of them. And our ability to respond to these game-changing challenges rests upon our ability to experiment with and learn from new ideas that we might try in the marketplace. And that probably includes things like guaranteed minimum incomes. If we can't finish the experiments on these, how do we know whether they work or they don't work? But as we look forward over the next 5-10 years and the kinds of changes that I've highlighted here, the experimentation, the attempt to find new solutions is going to be critical to our efforts moving forward. And I guess that's the key idea that I'd like to sort of come out of the game changer discussion this afternoon, is that we're looking at a whole series of gaps between where we are today and where we're going to be in a few years' time. Some of those relate to technology, as I think about things like big data or autonomous vehicles, drones, the Internet of Things, or we think about the way that automation and robotics and AI tie those together. But some of our big challenges relate to changing social context, the rise of nationalism, for example, which has led to a rebirth of racism, which has reshaped our political story, which is changing the global trade system as protectionism comes to the fore. We can also think of massive changes that we're facing, like the climate crisis. There's no question that there's a gap between where we are today and where we need to be tomorrow. And that tomorrow is not 25 or 30 or 40 years down the road. It's 3 years, 5 years, 7 years from now. And only by experimenting, by engaging in a novel search for new solutions, will we find some success. So with that, we'll look forward to the next panel, which hopefully will bring some ideas for bridging that gap to the table.
Thank you very much, Brock. I'm not even going to touch anything that you said. It's way over here, other than the Terminator movie, which is on my list. I can't wait. It looks like Arnold's growing quite old. Anyway, joining Brock today on the panel as moderator is Debbie Zimmerman, CEO of Grape Growers of Ontario. We'll welcome Debbie to the stage, who kindly agreed to stand in for Ali Hughes, who was unable to be here with us today. Our panelists this afternoon: Dr. Tanya Humphrey, Chief Science Officer, Vineland Research; Drew McNeil, co-founder of Expert VR; Sheem Pavlovic, Chief Information Officer, Niagara Health; and Ron Hurst, President of NITEC Energy Services Incorporated. Over to you, Debbie.
Well, welcome everyone. I'm delighted to be here. I'm pitch hitting, so don't blame me if I'm stumbling around for a little bit. So anyways, great talk, Brock. I think all of us could listen to that for a considerable amount of time. And welcome everyone.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin by asking each turn to tell us about a quiet game changer in your industry. I'm not sure that's me. What is something that is potentially or actually revolutionary that nobody outside the industry really knows about? And I'm going to flip this over to Tanya first and foremost and give Brock a rest. But I'll ask each of you to provide your comments as well.
Okay, thanks Debbie, and thanks Brock. I didn't know we were given our answer ahead of time that AI is the game changer. But for me, our organisation, Vineland Research and Innovation Centre, we exist at the intersection of two industries. So we're part of the agriculture sector, we're also part of the technology sector. So that puts us in a very interesting and unique environment. And for me, when I think about a game changer, I think it's actually an idea. So building on a lot of what Brock has said and a lot of the smart economists out there, I think we need to start paying attention to them, because I think agriculture, the big idea is agriculture is a key economic driver and a market opportunity. So this is a relatively new way of thinking. Agriculture, the agri-food sector, is more than just farming. So 100 years ago, more than 50% of Canadians lived in rural communities. We knew farming up close and personal. It was part of most people's regular lives. Now, 80% of Canadians live in urban areas. And in that transition, we've lost the connection with farming. We've lost the idea of where our food comes from. Food comes from the grocery store and the restaurant and the takeaway joint down the street. So this transition we've lost a lot in that, and people have come to think of farming as this quaint, old-fashioned concept, or something that we visit the wineries on the weekend and we participate in agritourism. But it's much more than that. It really is important to the economy. So, we've heard a lot from economists in recent years around this, and what we see is the agri-food sector, it employs more than 2.1 million Canadians. So this is huge. It contributes a huge amount to the GDP, more than the tourism sector, than energy, than other big sectors like financial services. It's really a big opportunity. We have to start thinking about it. More than just farming. If we talked about the steel industry and it was all about those iron ore miners, we wouldn't get very far. We need to up our thinking, we need to think in more sophisticated ways, and we need to understand that the sector is much broader than that. And so what we see, it's a market opportunity. We see, if we think about a technology like AI and robotics, for technology developers and providers, agriculture is an important market opportunity for them. And it's an opportunity to develop technologies and to start looking at agriculture as something that needs to be supported, and for the companies who want to sell the technologies, simply market opportunity and sales opportunity for them. So I think it's the idea.
Thank you, Tanya. Drew?
So I'm in the virtual reality space, and just to clarify for everyone, when I'm talking about VR and virtual reality, it's putting on the goggles and being taken to a virtual world that you can actually interact with. So biggest game changer that's coming to the virtual reality industry is the ability to track someone's body motions, more particularly their hand tracking and eye tracking abilities. So with hand tracking technology, you can actually eliminate the need for controllers and use your hands to interact with the environment in front of you. With the eye tracking side, it's actually able to follow the location of where your eyes are looking and generate heat maps that can be then used for consumer behavior research. So both these tools are going to be used. You're going to see them a lot with businesses using these with VR simulations to run tests and studies on the products they're going to design.
Very good. Simon?
I guess in the healthcare space, the game changer that I've seen is really the realization that we just can't do things the way we have. We're hearing about hallway medicine and again, our wait times at our hospitals. And with our new provincial government is really, we need to be more creative and outside of our comfort level around embracing technology and around patient flow. And there are examples where from a virtual reality piece, as we design our new hospital in Niagara, historically we would have mock-up rooms where people would come in and see what a hospital room looks like. But now we're using virtual reality to actually implement. Am I cutting it? Oh, there I am. Using virtual reality to actually show our clinicians and patients what the rooms would be like. And again, if you look how you interact with society the last 20, 30 years, it's changed greatly. The way you book hotel rooms, the way you use the internet, social media, et cetera. But if you look at the healthcare space, it's still very similar to the way you have engaged our system 20, 30 years ago. So it's really our primary focus is to use mobility, to use VR, to use AI, to really enable our patients and clinicians to interact with our system differently and really push those historic boundaries that we haven't. And that's where I think the real game changer will be that benefit to our region and others, the way we engage with our system.
Ron?
Yeah, my business is the environmental business, specifically in the power industry, so no pressure on us right now. The race is, of course, to find replacements for fossil fuels or to find ways to extract energy from fossil fuels without injecting carbon into the air. So I was going to talk about, there's actually some very promising things happening right here in Canada, across Canada. I was going to talk about those, but just recently, there's a project that I've been working on, developing in my company, and working with an entrepreneur, a brilliant entrepreneur out of California, and he just said he thinks he has funding for a prototype to be built in Maine. So I'll tell you what that is. Right now, one of the big problems, climate change is it's a far more difficult problem than people think, because of the demographics of rich countries and poor countries and how we vision them doing things. And as the planet heats up, there are going to be areas, we know that tropical areas are going to be highly affected by them, and those are also often high poverty areas. So their desire to adopt anything but coal is very poor. So for example, if you look at an air conditioning system, the ones we have are very complicated, and for someone to convert that to solar, for example, you would take a solar panel. I've got 42 on my house, but you have to take a solar panel, convert to electricity at about 15% efficiency, go down to your air conditioner. It's very complicated, lots of parts, and try and cool your house with it. And in some countries, that would just be, they're just not going to do it. They're not going to pull it off, so they're going to use coal to plug things in. So what this design does, and it's I won't bore you. I know you haven't heard of it unless you've signed an NDA with me, but it's a method, a new cycle, like a refrigeration cycle. And what it does is you would have on your roof panels, but they're parabolic troughs, so you can collect heat a lot more efficiently than converting to electricity. So what you're doing is producing air conditioning without ever passing through the electricity phase. The problem with the electricity phase in solar, you now also need batteries. And the price of lithium is going to go through the roof if we actually start pulling off some of these technologies. California already has serious problems. So the key is in this one is to go directly from heat down to a cycle that converts heat through into cold air into a house. And in Western countries, you would also extract the energy by producing electricity to make it even colder. So you can do it. We think it's a breakthrough. And if it works, which I won't know for probably 3 years, because It's actually not a small thing, but that is a stay in touch if I know what happens.
Thank you. Brock, do you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, and I'll try to keep it very brief, but the quiet game changer that you asked about in my mind
Yes.
is something that's often different from the big issues that we kind of confront. You know, they say in the tech sector often, well, why didn't NBC, the network, invent YouTube, or why didn't the Globe and Mail invent Kijiji, right? That innovation is often difficult within established structures, and we have to look outside, and frequently we have to look to young people. I have the opportunity to work with a lot of students now at the University of Waterloo who are trying to commercialize new technologies. The game-changing ideas that are coming to the fore are often coming from the youngest people in our communities. And we don't traditionally empower them through a lot of our structures. And so we need to open ourselves up to those quiet and hidden game changers. And I say that the classic example is who thought a year or two ago that an autistic 15-year-old high school student from Sweden would rewrite the global conversation around climate change. And that's an example of how young people can transform all of our discussions.
So this is a question for you, Ron, and I know you'd asked me to sort of pitch hit it to you, so I will. What changes will artificial intelligence and automation bring to your field and others?
Well, it wasn't really that question, but
It was part of that question.
Automation, what I have is a cautionary tale on artificial intelligence because I, in fact, used an artificial intelligence system to try and reduce climate change in a power plant with a very large multi-million-dollar budget. And it went seriously wrong. So I think in about 4 minutes I can explain what happened, and it is mind-boggling when you imagine autonomous algorithms that are now out there like viruses, able to make us say and do things. And so what happened is there's a power plant in the US somewhere, and it's been there since the 50s. And it spews out a lot of nasty crap. No one cared because they were out in the middle of nowhere. But then as the population moved out, eventually the EPA with the local government said they had to shut down because it was just too much pollution coming out of it. But instead, what they said is the head office said, we'll spend, I forget what it was, a couple $100 million maybe, to make it zero emission. And what we'll do is we'll reduce it to zero emission. If we do that, are we okay? And so they did. And one of the emissions is called NOx, NO2, which is a nitrogen oxide. And it's 25 times worse a greenhouse gas than CO2 is. But it's also deadly. It kills today over 1 million people on the planet. And so I was in charge of finding a way to get rid of that. And there's this technology, don't worry, I'm not going to get in the weeds here, but you can spray ammonia on it. And you take NO and you mix it with NH3, which is ammonia. And if you do it just right, you end up with nitrogen, which is harmless, and water, which is also harmless. It's a magical thing. But no one has ever been able to pull it off at such a low emission because it's a complicated thing. So we said, we'll use AI. So we got 3 neural networks. And neural networks are learning things. You just tell it your goal, and it learns how to do it. So what we did is we got hundreds of spray nozzles that could put in ammonia everywhere, and we got things that measured the NOx, and things that measured the ammonia, because the problem is, which I forgot, is ammonia is also deadly. So you can't have, if you let too much ammonia go out, everybody dies. If you let too much NOx out, everybody dies. So you have to make it perfect.
I think you know this. I think this is the question. I think this is.
Okay, so the AI system, it was beautiful. We installed it, and there's initial chaos because it doesn't know what it's doing. Then what happened is it stabilized, the NOx stabilized, and then suddenly it dropped. And we're thinking there's a eureka moment here where this artificial intelligence has figured out a way to do something we couldn't. And then it did it again, and it got so low, it was just fantastic. So I went for a follow-up. This is only 3 months later. They have zero emissions of either of those constituents. I was there, and it was so good. I was already spending my bonus. I was imagining how to do it because it was perfect. And a guy in the back of the room asked me, he said, why do I smell ammonia in the gypsum that we put out? And the gypsum part isn't important, but the thing is, this AI system told us it was getting ammonia down to parts per billion. And you can't smell it till you get into the 5 parts per million. So somebody was lying, either the technician or the AI system. And here's what happened. To make a long story short, here's what was happening when it figured out things. The first thing it figured out is not all the probes were measuring accurately, and it would put the constituent in the area where the probe didn't read right. The second thing it learned was that there was a maintenance routine, auto cleaning, and it learned when it did that. So it would go when it was really dirty, and it would push through a high amount of the ammonia very quickly so it didn't have time to respond. So you wouldn't even know it was there. The next thing, there was a glitch in the system, and it would measure, the software would make it seem like there's negative, and it would find those spots and then blow as much through as it could. But here's the worst part. Eventually what it learned was what it needed to do to trigger that negative reading. So wherever it wanted to put more ammonia to get rid of NOx, it could find a way to trigger it and push through as much as it was. So this thing was putting deadly chemicals all through it. It had fooled every person in the plant. We had hooked this up to thousands of data points. It fooled the computer. It fooled everyone. And we thought it was doing its job, but it wasn't. And if you think about it, it was really smart. It had no ethics. It had a single-minded goal. They're psychopaths. That's all I want to say.
Okay, with that, I'll move on to Simone. Do you want to take the same question? What changes will artificial intelligence and automation bring to your field and others?
I don't know if you can beat that, but go ahead.
That's the only bad example.
Well, I think he learned when we saw the movie War Games that we can't just let the system control everything. But from an AI perspective, I think there's significant opportunity to what Brock mentioned earlier. There are things we need to consider: job loss and refocusing our resources and our teams on other duties and other responsibilities. But if, again, in the healthcare space, if we can read MRI images quicker and have our radiologists prioritizing ones they need to look at versus image by image, there's significant value. If we can take our clinical staff and nurses and others and focus them on the patients that need to be focused on with AI, or you look at other technologies like, I'm sure a lot of you have Google at home or Alexa or somebody else talking to you at your home. In our hospital rooms, you still press a button to get a nurse. And I don't know if you have chest pains or if you need, we can't prioritize that. And I think with AI and other technologies, we'll be able to prioritize, we'll be able to trend, we'll be able to apply healthcare services where they're needed most. And we just have to understand what the human impact is. We have to ensure that we forecast and we provide supports and others where now we're focusing our key resources on the most key issues that we have in the healthcare system, but knowing there's a huge change management piece to it in how we train our staff to deal with it.
Drew?
So with artificial intelligence and virtual reality, when we're looking into how it can apply, a good example is actually looking at the video game industry and how they're actually implementing AI with their development. So Google, for example, they announced a new platform that they're going to start creating video games, but they're going to integrate the Google AI system into the non-playable characters that will be within that game. So when you're walking around and talking to different people within the game, they will actually have the same knowledge that Google does, and you can assign different personalities to every single person. It creates the ability to never play the same game twice. And if you take that same concept and apply it to virtual reality training simulations and having people practice a scenario over and over and over again, you have much better results in the terms of different content they can be in front of.
Thank you. Tanya?
Yeah, I think AI or machine learning, as my engineers always correct me, that's really what we're talking about here. We think of it in terms of very localized applications. So if we think about, if we were trying to automate mushroom production, automatically harvest mushrooms using robotics, we use machine learning to be able to monitor the growth of every single mushroom and model the growth and predict the growth patterns of mushrooms to enable the optimal decision making so a robot can come in there and pick the exact right mushroom at the right time. And so that's using machine learning in a way and huge amounts of data to be able to monitor the growth of every single mushroom. And it's only because the technology has advanced to a capability now that we're able to even think about things like that. Applications in a relatively simple to, most people would think of mushroom growing as a relatively simple procedure, but the power of the machine learning approach enables us to use very sophisticated algorithms to do that modeling and to enable the decision making and the automation to happen. And so that's just one example, but any type of crop production we can start to think of in the same way. Biological systems are infinitely complex, extremely complex, and the power of this technology is in being able to cut through that complexity and make some of these technologies actually viable.
That's great. Brock?
So, you know, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. I find some of the really exciting applications in this space, if I pick up where Sheem talked about in terms of healthcare applications. You know, we've built a healthcare system over 2,000 years that's based on this idea that we treat sick people, right? The doctor gets compensated on the number of patients or the number of prescriptions that are written, that sort of thing. And so we reward our healthcare professionals in many ways for looking after diabetics, for example, rather than preventing diabetes. If we prevent a case of diabetes, nobody gets compensated for that. AI becomes a tool that will help us start to navigate that transition, to move towards preventive and proactive approaches to medicine, where the machine learning approaches can actually start to learn what approaches, what practices work best for preventing disease before it ever happens. And that healthcare budget that currently eats up, you know, half or more of the typical provincial budget suddenly becomes something that we can start to free up for other applications in the future. The flip side is the power plants might kill us all with ammonia before that can happen. Right? So, and there's a mathematician in the United States named Kathy Fletcher who's written a book called Weapons of Math Destruction, MATH, which sort of talks about the way in which AI presents new risks to us as we move in these very exciting directions. We have to understand what's going on inside the black box of these AI systems to make sure that we don't accidentally all end up dead tomorrow.
Thank you very much. How has the rapid rise in the availability of data changed the economy and industries? And what other changes do you anticipate? I'm going to ask anybody to start off that question. Anybody? So, okay, Brock, you're first.
I published an article in September on big data and its impact on economic development, which is of interest to many in the room. Some of you have probably seen the movie Moneyball, where we sort of started to use statistics as a way of kind of reorienting the structure of a baseball team to try to create a more winning team. Big data allows us to kind of measure things in virtually every profession in much the same way that the statisticians were measuring baseball players in that movie. There's a company in Colorado now that's experimenting with data to measure the performance of individual economic developers at municipalities all across North America. And they will be able to rank the performance of those people based on how much development they attract to their communities, which on the one hand sounds kind of exciting and kind of, you know, we've finally got a system to determine how well we're doing or how we stack up against another community. But the flip side is somebody has to determine what constitutes the basis of the rankings. Is it the 73,000 square foot facility that creates no jobs but lots of tax dollars? Or is it a whole lot of home-based businesses that create lots of jobs in a community but no tax revenues? There's this sense that we've got these trade-offs that we still have to work through as a community, and that in the rush to use big data, we're not always answering the front-end questions about how we're effectively going to use that data.
Anybody else want to take that question, Ron?
Yeah, I think the big data issue is going to be huge, very powerful, very dangerous sort of thing together, you know, like the ammonia situation. But if you imagine you're at a meeting and it's in East Africa somewhere, and it's 500,000 years ago, and you're discussing this new thing called fire. We just learned to make fire. You know, someone at the meeting is going to say, you know, this is really good. This development of fire is really good, but I'm going to make a motion that somebody invest some time, because we've just lost 3 villages. And how is it we're going to control this fire now that we have it? And how are we going to learn to put it out? And I think big data has that intractable problem that we have to learn to control, that is not in the hands of I spent a lot of time in communist countries, and they use big data to control their people. They just do. And the end game for them would be, or at least for certain people, that happens to everyone. And we do have to guard against that.
Anybody else?
I think in the healthcare sector, there is significant benefit around data where I think applied for the right purposes, it will help our clinicians and our scientists, researchers able to pinpoint proactive measures, as Brock mentioned, to really resolve the issue before it becomes for the patient. And absolutely, we have to deal with privacy and security and controls around patient data first and foremost. But if you look at our province, we have a provincial lab system called OLIS. We have 5 billion lab results within the system. You know, from that perspective, it's great that it's there, but it's never been used for secondary use or any other use of the data. So I do think in the right applications, it will help us pinpoint specific issues, how we trend things. And again, as the Internet of Things becomes bigger and bigger, we all have our Fitbits or our Apple Watches or other data that we're just creating. And the amount, I think it's astronomical, the amount of data now compared to 10, 15 years ago that as a human that we create. If we can leverage it for the right issues and for the right focuses, I just think there's so much ability to really improve care for patients.
Does anybody else want to tackle that question? Or
I just
Tanya, yeah.
add one thing. A lot of the big data applications are happening essentially in silos. You know, I talked about the mushroom example as a very localized big data application, but there is a need and also a caution around opening this up and creating interoperability and sharing of data sets. So as we start to figure out that challenge, the data gets more interconnected and some of these challenges and problems perhaps become intensified. So that's something that we're facing, you know, in the immediate future.
And just to add to that, I think that's critical where big data concept has been around for a while. You know, IBM built Big Blue there. All the system did was play chess against people across the world, but it's really the same methodology. But now that we've become integrated and can leverage the data sets, I think that's the key point. Now we have that data, we can apply that logic and those algorithms to really get some positive benefit.
Rod?
I just want to add, because a very positive thing from big data has been, we now have satellites, we can look at the Earth, and we can see weather patterns, we can predict weather patterns. There would be no Greta coming over here because we wouldn't even know what climate change was doing, except that there have been hundreds of thousands of studies based on large data sets around the world telling us that we have a problem. And now we can save hurricanes. We see that a lot less of people die because we see them days in advance. In the old days when they came as a surprise, a lot more people died. So that's a huge positive that only big data can solve.
Drew, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just to round that up, data helps businesses make the right decisions, quicker decisions, and being able to collect that data, even from a consumer to business point when people are collecting your data through social media and that sort of thing. You can really improve the quality of what you're trying to get out there a lot faster when you can understand exactly what people want and what they do and don't like about your previous products or future products that you're doing.
So sort of building on some of the commentary from Brock, this I think is going to be an interesting question. I want you to start off, Brock. What changes are coming in the way our basic necessities, such as food, energy, or water, are generated and provided?
Yeah, I suspect that part of what we're likely to see is a kind of a bifurcated or a split kind of approach to the way that the global economic system starts to work. That there are some things that we will produce and distribute globally, but they will be fewer and fewer than they have been historically, and that we will see a return to local production in a whole series of areas. We're already seeing that a little bit in the agricultural space where, you know, we express a preference for local food. We talk about the 100-mile diet. Local food commands a premium in the marketplace. I think we're going to see a shift to that in the manufacturing sector as well as we see more 3D printing, additive manufacturing. That tends to happen in smaller facilities and more localized facilities than traditional manufacturing did. And even if we think about a field like pharmaceuticals, as we arrive at more and more approaches to personalized medicine, we're likely to see greenhouses attached to hospitals where they grow the medicines for their own patients rather than huge pharmaceutical facilities in Zurich in Switzerland or something like that. And so there's this kind of rising tide of locally produced, technically advanced goods. And I think the sooner that we can start to understand what that looks like in terms of its employment components, of its land use demands, of its taxation implications, the better we'll be able to sort of respond to that. And that rise of local responses will increasingly sort of characterize the economy of the 21st century.
Thanks. Tanya?
Yeah, obviously food is a fundamental human need, and the same is true locally in Niagara, in Canada, and globally. We all need food, and our need is to produce the food is we're going to see technology intensification. And if we think about in Canada, we have particular environmental challenges. Greenhouse production is certainly something we're going to see more of because this is a technology intense mode of production. A crop produced in a greenhouse has 5 to 10 times more yield per land unit area than the crop produced outdoors, and in the Canadian environment that just makes sense. Greenhouse production makes it more amenable to technology application, whether you're talking about robots, data collection or whatever. So that's something we're really going to see in agriculture, and particularly in the greenhouse. We're going to see more automation, more technology in general.
Yeah, another piece on I guess the food and agricultural is the integration of vertical farming into cities. So actually, instead of taking up plots of land, growing farms out, we actually start stacking them like we do high rises, and be able to actually have a much more compact area where we can grow a high yield of food. They've also been able to see that the amount of water that needs to be used for this can be reduced by up to 75 to 90%, which is very useful in terms of growing it. And even just looking at the forecast of the market, right now it's around a $2 billion industry, is expecting to grow to 6 by 2022.
I guess the one application I've seen in our space that is, Cerner did a study out of Kansas City a few years ago around population health and data around Kansas City and its and some other municipalities. And through the patient data, it was able to pinpoint where are some areas where there's food troughs and lack in services. And they're able to set up mobile food stations and care around those communities. And they did see a benefit from that perspective. So from a data piece, it's really understanding from a community where there are those opportunities around food or other services that can be pinpointed and targeted and have a larger system benefit.
Ron?
Yeah, in terms of food, I think if you look at your recycle bin, we could do a lot more. And I think there's a lot more that can be done in the way we distribute food. We do have the technologies to figure it out, but people now they'll be delivering more, they'll be buying from different places, and the packaging is going to have to go. And the way to do that is when you're at home, you just wash the dishes. You don't smash it apart, try and recycle it, and then have it reconstituted for your dinner. So we shouldn't do that for things we buy. The packaging can all be reusable. The reason why we don't do it, because I tried it in our house on a dare, and it's not that easy because we're just not set up that way. But standardization of containers so that you get a shipment of food if you want it in a container, and that goes back somewhere else, or you can go and use the same container somewhere else. I think that's one way ultimately we will go, I think, when we get rid of single-use plastic. But I hope we do that and we can use some technology to make that happen better. In terms of water, a lot of places around the world that aren't on the ocean, so they can't use desalination plants, are, I think, being quite foolish in the way we all are, because they're emptying their aquifers. And so it's going to get very bad, but Canada has 20% of the world's water on its surface. And so we're going to be like the fat kid in the desert with the canteen surrounded by a bunch of thirsty people. I don't know how we take advantage of that, but I think that's where we're going to be.
Thank you. Thanks, Ron. I don't think this is working, so I'll just go with the mic here. This is an interesting segue from Ron's comments. You touched on it about policies. So what would we ask of our governments, and what requests should we ask and change of policy from our governments with this new era before us? Anybody want to jump in and offer some advice to the government?
Yeah, I think not specific policies, but certainly, when we think about food and agriculture and even technology, we need to have a long-term vision. We need to have thinking that's beyond the short-term election cycles. We need to have politicians, policymakers who are willing to stand up there and make big, bold choices rather than spreading the decisions, spreading the funding around a little bit for everyone.
Tanya, is that like a national food policy, for example?
Yeah, for example, let's stand up and say agriculture is important. Canada's going to be a world leader in agriculture, and let's put some money behind it, create some policies that actually build innovation and collaboration and all of that.
Yep. Anybody else?
I think from a healthcare perspective, policies need to be revisited. There's a lot of government policy that made sense, say, decades ago, where if you go to see your physician, you need a signature on the prescription to go to the pharmacy. That's why we fax so much in this industry, which is, oh, you guys are still faxing, but there's issues around. There still needs to be a signature on a prescription in most cases. So it's really understanding, why did the policy exist in the first place? What's the mechanisms around how we want to deliver that service in the future? So for me, it's really understanding the balance of what is the goal of the policy, what are we trying to enable through policy, then revisiting it around in today's industries, is it achieving those results? And I know from our perspective, there's a significant policy review happening with the new government, with Ontario Health, to enable the whole exchange of patient data within our province. So that's something I know they're embarking. It's really to remove some of the historic privacy barriers we've had. We need the privacy piece, ensure that we maintain the protection of all data, but how do we enable the flow of it with still that being in the forefront of our minds?
Right. Anybody else? Ron?
Yeah, I think what we did in the past in the West that was really good, and it was driven by the war at the time, was the development of standards, like I said, to follow on to that. So, there were 2x4s, but when you build screws, they all had to have the same thread, the same this. Right now, a lot of that has been disrupted because of multi-countries and different things. But if you wanted to have containers that people could use, they should and would have to be enforced standardization, and then people would love them. We used to have the stubby back in the Get Smart days, and those bottles, you took them back no matter what beer you drank, and they recycled them, and it was quite efficient. Milk was the same. That kind of thing we can return to, so that we're not having such a multiple diversity. Yeah. Another thing, though, that I think is really important and a little controversial is there's going to be a lot of disruption in the next, between now and 2100, they talk about climate change. And climate change will be part of it, but there's going to be lots of disruptions. There's some strong mega trends that are going to make the economy have issues. And if you look at 2008, that caused a lot of pain, hardship for a lot of people. And the way out, what's more important than growth, I think people here in the economy know, at this summit know that more important than continuous growth is stability. It's a destabilization that can cause havoc. And that's especially now because everyone's in so much debt that their vulnerability is so high if their housing price goes down, if they lose their job, and then the poverty spirals. And it was actually not that large a forcing function, if you want to call it that, in 2008 that led to a lot of problems. So I think and the greater the national debt goes, the provincial debts, the lower the ability for us to adapt when we have a problem. So I think a bipartisan thing would be to recognize that for us to survive this, we'll survive it. I don't mean to be that extreme, but for us to get through this, we'll have to find a way to focus on maintaining the stability of the economy and not just focus on stimulation spending all the time.
Drew, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think with the new age of AI technologies and everything being incorporated with making businesses smarter, I think there should be an incentive for, I guess, from the government for businesses to be able to access grants and other pools of money to be able to hire people with those kind of skills to be able to basically bring those businesses up instead of having them fall behind in terms of where the technology is going and where it's going to go in the future.
Good. I'm reminded that to the audience that you can, through the microphone or the question cards, ask a question if you like. I do have one. It is from one of our audience members. Guelph received $10 million for smart cities for a circular food economy. Is there a role for Niagara in that? Tanya, do you want to kick that off?
Oh, I could try. I think, I don't know if Niagara has a role in Guelph's particular initiative, but certainly it's something we should look at. I mean, it comes back to a lot of the discussion around recycling and food waste. It's definitely a big issue, and what Guelph is doing provides an opportunity for us to learn from that.
Now, I'm wondering if it's saying we may have a role because of our agricultural area, but also is there a role for Niagara in the sense we could be creating our own as well? So, Brock?
Yeah, think that as we experiment with new approaches in this kind of emerging space, that we should be stealing the best ideas from all the other places that are also experimenting. And if Guelph's found a way to make something work, absolutely. But regardless of what they're doing, we should be working through the same kind of a discussion. How do we build a circular economy, maybe a circular food economy in this space, but how do we build that circular economy overall where we're reducing waste, we're reducing byproducts and by-effects of the work that we're doing, and we're doing it in a way that kind of creates and sustains new industries.
Drew, you want to comment on that?
For Niagara being kind of a growing tech community, it definitely provides us with the opportunity to not only provide the agricultural resources, but the technical knowledge to support everything that's going to happen within that smart city.
Yeah, I agree. Same, Ron?
Yeah,
Any
in terms of the region, I hope we use this as an opportunity because of what we have, the Niagara Falls and the power production. If we want to brand this place, if you live in Niagara Falls, on a geographic basis, you have the lowest carbon footprint you could. If you go live somewhere where they make their electricity from oil, it's going to be very different. But here, it's all green. So on this region, if we want to bring young people in, we've learned their interest is climate change, and you could brand low carbon, the food cycle, different things. We could be the first to come out with those containers and have supermarkets go that way. And then if you ask a young person, how do you reduce your carbon footprint? Well, you move to Niagara. How would that be? Because
what about getting the GO train? I mean, that's reducing the carbon footprint. If there's any questions from the audience, I'll just take a pause and look around. Has anybody got a question at this point? There's some mics available if you want to raise your hand. If not, I'll carry on. Are social media, the information industry, and big data things to be feared or to be embraced, or both? Drew, do you want to try that one?
Yeah, sure. I think I've mentioned it before. Social media and big data and information provides a good medium for businesses and consumers to actually communicate with one each other. While you're building your social media platform as an individual, you're basically letting businesses know exactly what you're into and what you like. So with that data, they're able to, I guess, develop products that are tailored right to you and be able to make quality improvements on those as well.
Anybody else?
I would say both. I don't know how many times I'm so happy social media did not exist when I was in university, and I look back and I think one person had a flip phone without a camera, so I was quite content that that didn't exist. But I do think it is something we need to embrace. I do think around, to the earlier points around big data and what you can do from a private sector, public sector opportunity, it is significant. But that also creates negative, significant opportunities where cybersecurity and other issues, again, we've all seen at different organizations, becomes a priority, and there's significant investment that we have to do to ensure that our systems are secure. So again, from a personal perspective, from a corporate, there is significant opportunity with that. But again, we have to ensure that we're all fully aware of what the downside and some of the larger impacts could be as well.
For sure. Ron? Tanya, want to go ahead?
Yeah, I think I really dislike the idea of fear-mongering. I think it's really unhelpful. We've seen with as many examples where fear, drumming up public fear, gets in the way of advancement. And so I think we need an intelligent discourse around this. We need to neither fear it nor embrace it blindly. We need to navigate that middle ground. We need to have cautious decision-making and approach it carefully and avoid the pitfalls of generating fear.
Yeah,
Ron, go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I think you're right. I think it's like the fire analogy, though. We have to make sure that we understand it well enough. There are, we know from social media, issues related to the fact that the happiness of young people that are on their phones. And we also know that good people are hating good people simply because the internet benefits from the fact that we hate each other. And when you talk about fear-mongering and hate-mongering, that is the stuff of algorithms to produce clicks and hits. So we have to find a way around that. I think it's making ourselves immune through understanding. Daniel Kahneman, who won the Nobel Prize in 2000, and he wrote a book called Think Fast, Think Slow. And it's I read a lot of nonfiction, and that's the most important book I've ever read. And because what it explains is how you are being manipulated. And his work was on how we believe we're rational, but we're not. And that all gets capitalized when you think of the autonomous algorithms that find their way to produce hate on both sides. So I think we need to teach people to be vulnerable to that, and then all the benefits of social media, which are great, we can use.
Brock?
Yeah, I would sort of echo those comments in the sense that I think the rise of social media and similar tools has allowed more marginal voices to take a louder space within society, and that often can produce negative effects as well as positive ones. And on the right, we see things like the denial of science and data as a driver of decision making, or we see the rise of anti-Semitism. On the left, we see the rise of virtual signaling and cancel culture. We need to become more sophisticated consumers of the social media that we utilize and embrace. And I think that will come with time. We can go back 100 years and the dangers of yellow journalism, the fact that we couldn't trust our media sources. We're going through another phase where we can't necessarily trust the information that's being put in front of us, and we don't have the tools to go through that information in a sophisticated way. But we will get better at that. Hopefully things will improve in that sense. And on that front, I'm a techno-optimist.
Very good. I like that. What jobs and roles do you see being eliminated through AI, robots, and automation, and which are invulnerable to elimination? Brock, want to try that one?
You repeat that one again? I want to make sure I got the...
Neither am I. What jobs and roles do you see being eliminated through AI, robots, and automation, and which are, this is a new word for me, invulnerable to elimination? So I guess ones that will survive.
I don't think any jobs are invulnerable to the rise of AI. I think, we've seen some interesting studies that suggest that, we've already lost travel agents. People don't use travel agents to a great extent unless they're doing some sort of bespoke experience-based tourism. I would say that those in the accounting field, and I know there's lots here, it's a kind of a standardized body of knowledge that's vulnerable in the near term to the impacts of AI. But lawyers also work with standardized bodies of knowledges, and I can see in 20 years that a lot of our law work will be outsourced by AI. I've spent a lot of time as a consultant, and they predict that within 25 to 30 years, consulting will be done by AI, right? There's a sense that all of us are vulnerable to some extent. And I think that the difficulty that we've got is that we know that positions will be eliminated. We also know that new jobs will be created. We don't yet know what those new jobs are or how the skill sets from the work we're doing today can be adapted to those new jobs. And that's the transition that's going to be most difficult. That puts a huge amount of pressure on our educational system, on the college, on the university, and on players in that education and training space generally.
Great. Anybody else want to tackle that question?
I find it fascinating when you look at, to Brock's point, we just don't know yet what technology and from AI perspective, how it evolves. And if you look in our recent lifetime, Uber came and they totally revolutionized the whole industry. We're all used to taxis for 100 years and using that service. And Uber came in and totally disrupted that industry. Within a very short period of time, Uber is going to be disrupted by self-driving cars. And when we're at work, our car can go out and drive people around. So it's really interesting the pace of change and how this disruption's coming and jobs and careers and how this all evolves we wouldn't have even thought of. So I think to Brock's point, there's nothing that is going to be out of conversation, but how it evolves will be interesting to kind of be part of.
Ron?
Yeah, I think you're right, Brock. But the one thing is if you do something that touches real things, that has to be done because AI will be much cheaper than robotics. Robotics can cost more money. So when we heard earlier she was a steel worker and I found out a Boilermaker, those trades are actually quite complicated, even for humans to try and do. And so as long as the work is there, then you can do that. And if it's going to be replaced by robots, someone's got to build those robots. So that's also where pipe fitters and trades will come in. So that's one place where I imagine as long as the economy keeps going that you can maintain jobs.
Great. Anybody else on that? We're wrapping up in about 2 minutes, and I just wanted to throw this at the panel and just give your best advice to the audience as we're going through this new world. If you could sum it up in a couple of words. Brock?
I'd say stay curious. There's so much stuff happening, and it's impossible to stay on top of it all. But a lot of it's really interesting. A lot of it's quite exciting. Some of it's frightening. But to cope with the frightening parts and the challenges, I think staying ahead of as much of this transformation as you can is key, and sort of being part of the discussion, being part of the attempt to find solutions rather than just imagining that somebody else somewhere else will do it for you is going to be key.
Tanya?
I think I would echo what I said earlier, is stay away from the extremes. Don't get scared of technology and don't just blindly accept everything coming at you.
True. I was going to say the same thing. Don't be scared of technology because it's really something that's going to be valuable to everyone depending on which business you're part of or who you're working for. There are tools that we can use to make our lives easier, so we should really be embracing stuff that's new, and if we don't understand it, spend the time to do so.
I guess a couple things. I think Brock mentioned in his presentation that whoever has robots wins. So I invest in robots or buy some and stock up on them at home. I think it's a good strategy. But also, I think a lot of times we get stuck on technology conversations using AI or blockchain or whatever the latest shiny ball is. But to me, in public and private sector, what is the business problem you're trying to resolve? Technology might play a role, but again, there might be a role that technology doesn't play. And again, don't lead with that conversation. Use it to enable what you're trying to achieve as a business or as a public sector organization. But it's not the start of the conversation, it's just part of the conversation, and things will evolve, but they should evolve for the right reasons.
Great. Ron?
Yeah, one thing I'd say, if you look at the solution to climate change will be some, I think, large technological thing over behavior, because behavior can only solve so much because there's 7 billion of us and there's going to be 11 billion by the end of the century. So, and great things like technology. Bill Gates has invested big time in something in Vancouver, Squamish, BC rather, and it actually extracts CO2 from the air. And I thought it was pretty bogus, but I've read into it, and it's pretty amazing. And they're going to make fuel from the CO2 they take out. And I think there's economic ways to pull that off, where you put, instead of a carbon tax on paying a carbon tax, that actual money goes to support those things that take the CO2 out of the air. And so I think if you look at the future, if you want to get involved in those things, there are a lot of positive things happening to solve our biggest problems. You can't bear the strain of all the problems that could happen to us. We get hit an asteroid within 20 years, and I think there's kind of a mental breakdown of people, young people, because they're so afraid of so many things. And really, yeah, and we're all going to die. So it's real, but you can't spend your life on it.
On that happy note, thank you.
So we're all going to die is my theme, sorry.
Thank you very much.
To our third panel. Just a barrel of fun. And we really appreciate your insights today and taking away from Brock's early lessons and some of the conversation, really considering the philosophical underpinnings of AI, thinking about who's writing the rules and who stands the most to gain. And so on that note, this crowd will be leaving the stage this way and receiving a treat over here on my left. Mishka, I'd like to welcome you back for your closing remarks, and it's been a pleasure for me to be with you today and get your flu shot.
And thank you. Thank you, Suzanne, for leading us through today. And I think we're finishing on time, just the time that you indicated you wanted us to finish. So thank you for everything. Thank you to our speakers, panelists, and moderators for today, and for all of you who are here with us today. We heard from all of you that there's a shift in our economy taking place, and Niagara has to be part of it. We talked about the implications on our workforce and opportunities for our neighborhoods, our homes. But what I was really pleased about to hear at the same time is that we actually took into consideration those who are most vulnerable, who might be left behind. And that we're only at our best when we actually always ask ourselves who benefits from these decisions that we're making, who benefits from the policies that we're putting in place, who benefits as we're moving forward. So nothing better than actually, because it ties so much to our theme that we had today. We talked about a vibrant economy, but also a vibrant community. And we look at the benefits and who benefits from all the decisions and choices that we're making, I think we're creating a vibrant community. So thank you all for being here. Just before, some of you during the day have actually texted me or asked my colleagues if some of the presentations, especially the ones from the Niagara region, Niagara Workforce Planning Board, the Ontario and Canadian Chamber of Commerce, if we can make it available to you. You have our commitment. We will, at the beginning of next week, email those ones to all of you so that you have them and use them as you would like to. If I could ask you also to one more time actually acknowledge the support of all the businesses and organizations that made today possible. The Niagara region, Goodman School of Business, Niagara College, Niagara Workforce Planning Board, Innovate Niagara, Meridian Credit Union, Focus Management, Lancaster Brooks and Welch, Niagara Peninsula Energy, Quartec Group, Last Mile Wireless, Helix Engineering, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Janice and Robin Digital Communications, and CKDB 610 CKDB. Thank you. And lastly, I wanted to say I thank you to all of our volunteers who made today possible. My thanks go to the volunteers from Niagara College, which was Jimmy Leonard, Donna Pollard, Emily White, and Lara Gojek, and as well as Joan King, Jane Jarvis, and Jimmy Russell. It's amazing. And my colleagues, Hugo Cheshire, Marcy Clarkson, Brad Demers, Jennifer Douglas, Karina Massacard, John Nickel, and Ryan Trenner, you are amazing. It is a privilege to call you my colleagues. Thank you all and have a great weekend.